and a hush comes over the room. Good afternoon or evening. Welcome. This meeting will not be live streamed because there is no internet in the southern part of Santa Cruz County. If it comes back on, we'll start. Individual speakers will be allowed 2 minutes unless otherwise announced at the beginning of an item to address the board on each agenda item. You must submit a card prior to the discussion of the agenda item you wish to speak to. Once an item has begun, cards will not be accepted for that item. For the record, you may state your name at the beginning of your statement. The board shall limit the total time for public input for each item to 30 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Cards should be handed to Eva Renteria, who is at this end of the table. Under item 6, visitor non-agenda is for items related to the district, but that are not on the agenda. Students are encouraged to complete the peach-colored cards, which we will prioritize. Please stay on topic and complete your comments within the allowed time. In order for the board to conduct its necessary business, we need attendees to refrain from shouting out and carrying on conversations. We want to hear you, but we can't hear the person at the podium while others are talking. The board's focus is on student outcomes, and we appreciate that our students are important to you as well. If there are disturbances, I will provide a warning, and if it continues, we will recess, have those disrupting the meeting removed, and potentially clear the room, which I really don't like doing. So if we can just listen to the person at the podium, I would really appreciate that. One of our core values is ensuring that voices of the community and each board member are appropriately heard, respected, and given space in this room. We implement, and one of the things I'm supposed to say is please turn your phones off. We implement these protocols to protect the value so every voice has an opportunity or an appropriate opportunity to be heard. Each item will be called, staff or a board member will present, public comment will be heard. Time limits will apply based on the number of cards received. We generally call 10 names, so we ask that those first 10 people come up to the podium, and once they're done, we'll call an additional 10 until we've completed the cards. You don't have to write your name on the card, but if you don't put something so that when we call you, you know that we're calling you. Submit their board members will be limited on each item to 3 minutes. Board members have been asked to submit their questions ahead of time so that responses can be provided or incorporated within the presentation. These steps are grounded in our commitment to ensure that each of our voices, community and board members alike, are appropriately heard with respect and intention. This is and will remain at the center of how we serve. And all of that said, we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. If everybody would stand, that would be fabulous. And would exercise time. Trustee Flores, would you lead us, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, find your seats and we will resume. 3.2, Governing Board Comments, Reports on Standing Committee Meetings. Are there any public comments to this item? Who has the cards? Okay.
None to this item.
I forgot, thank you. So if anybody in the room needs translation, Leticia at the end is able to do that. Si tú necesitas ayuda con traducción, por favor llamar con Leticia.
Sí, pueden levantar la mano o acercarse por aquí y les doy una.
Gracias. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, back to governing board comments. Reports on standing committees are no public comments on this? Is that correct? Okay. Can I start down with you, Trustee Medina? Do you have any comments? And please limit to 3 minutes, and if you can start a clock, that'd be great.
Sweet. Yeah, thank you. It's a packed room today. I wish we were at a more spacious area so we could all fit. But, you know, I want to acknowledge something that a lot of us have seen today. So in this Women's History Month, we are called not just to honor heroines and posters, but to listen when women tell the truth about harm, especially the Mexicanas and Filipinas who have built Watsonville with their hands and their courage. Dolores Huerta has now broken silence of more than 60 years. She has shared that Cesar Chavez gravely violated her trust on more than one occasion, and that violation led to lifelong consequences she carried quietly, even as she continued organizing in the field of Delano. She says she stayed quiet because she believed that exposing the truth would hurt the farm worker movement she helped build, and because as a Mexicana woman inside a male-dominated organization, she did not expect to be believed. As a trustee, as a son of Watsonville, of Mexicanas, and has Filipina cousins, I have to say plainly, this is not just a story about one man's fall from a pedestal. It is a story about how often our women are asked to sacrifice their safety, their well-being, and even their voices for the cause. It is a story about our daughters and our students know too well. When powerful men are involved, people look away, minimize, or change the subject. So tonight, I am asking our board to begin, thank you. So tonight, I'm asking our board to begin a different kind of honoring. I will be bringing forward a resolution to change our observations of Cesar Chavez Day to Dolores Huerta and Larry Litiong Day to lift up the Mexican and Filipino leaders whose labor, courage, and organizing made the movement possible, but have too often lived in his shadow, including the Filipina mujeres who stood shoulder to shoulder in the fields and on the picket line. And because names on buildings teach history too, I believe we should also begin a community conversation about renaming Cesar Chavez Middle School as Dolores Huerta Middle School, so that in a city shaped by Mexicanas and Filipinas, our students see women like Dolores Huerta at the center of that story. In the spirit of Women's History Month and in the spirit of every Mexicana and Filipina farm worker family that taught us to say si se puede, let us also have the courage to say no más, to silence when women like Dolores Huerta finally speak. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Trustee Carrasco, do you have comments?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I want to talk about, I went to the parent conference a few weekends ago, and I really want to say thank you to everybody in parent involvement, family involvement. It was not just a well-attended event. There was a lot of parents. It took place at EO Hall. But it was also a really good balance between the school district and the community. So not only were you able to bring in parents from the school district, but also involve the community, and that's something that I definitely would like to see more. There was vendors, dancers, Azteca Dancers Folklorico, there's a resource fair. One of the workshops that I attended that got a lot of parents there was the Spanish meeting for IEPs, so something for us to do, maybe have a listening session on IEPs in Spanish only, because that was one of the workshops that was very well attended, and there was a lot of questions and not enough time. The other event that I attended, I went to I believe it was America Scores and Expanded Learning at Landmark. It was a soccer event where they incorporated all of our elementary schools, so I got to see Amesti, Freedom, and then for the schools that didn't have enough students, they would combine them with other students. And that's really great because soccer is beginning to be very expensive, as some of you know. So to see a lot of the younger kids being able to have a jersey and go out there and play and have a great time and be exposed to it is the reason why we have 4 teams here. So thank you, Expanded Learning, great event, and that's it.
Trustee Solis, please.
Good evening, everyone. I was going to start by talking about a group that's about to speak, I think, after all of us. So I won't yet, but I'll go to my next thing. So some news from my life lately. For those who don't know, I do cross country and track at Watsonville High. And last Saturday, Watsonville High's track team hosted the 50th annual Wildcat Relays event, which had been delayed 3 years due to flooding and construction on the Watsonville High field. We were very fortunate to receive a proclamation from the city, and I want to thank Dr. Contreras for coming and showing her support. Yesterday, I met with the Student Advisory Council, which was our second meeting of the year, and we continued our work in crafting a new district cell phone policy. Like the previous meeting, we looked at different cell phone policies from other districts and found things we wanted in ours and some things that didn't quite fit our district. Then later in the day, I met with Inter High Council, where we had 3 schools in attendance: Aptos High, Watsonville High, and Renaissance High. And I'll give some quick updates from those schools. Aptos High is having a Spring Spirit Week and school egg hunt in April, as well as ASB elections for next year. They're also having Multicultural Day, which I think was today, where all clubs associated with like different cultures set up in the quad, and students can go around to different tables and learn about each group. Watsonville High has their Spring Food Day sale tomorrow and is selling tickets for prom, which is Starry Night theme. And finally, Renaissance High won their basketball league championships with an undefeated winning streak. And the students told me to give a shout out to Coach Matt and Daryl. They're also continuing their All In for Attendance push, which is a big success. And lastly, I want to congratulate all the high school winter sports teams, specifically soccer. I see Aptos High here and Watsonville High. Especially those who made it to the state playoffs. So congrats to all of them. And thank you all for letting me speak.
Thank you. Trustee Navarro, comments?
So it's nice to see so many students in the room, and I just wanted to congratulate all of our student athletes, both at Aptos and at Watsonville, for the strong showing that you've done for our district. So please give yourself a hand. I was fortunate to be invited to Pajaro Valley's open house this past week, which was a wonderful opportunity to get to know a lot of students and interact with teachers. I wanted to thank Trustee Medina for taking the words out of my mouth. Happy Women's History Month. And I realize that Cesar Chavez has been a huge part of this community and a strong advocate for farm workers' rights. But you know, I hope that one man's individual actions do not take away from all of the hard work that everyone else has done to that effect. I also was going to suggest that we have a discussion as a community about whether or not we would like to maybe change some of the buildings that are attributed to him to Doris Huerta. All too often, the contributions of women have been overlooked over the years by stronger men, or men with more power. And just because men have power does not mean that they are entitled to our bodies or our self-respect. And it really hardens my soul to see people coming out and standing up for those things. And it's a discussion right now, and I'm glad to see that people are finally listening and believing the women, but I would like to see the next step in actually taking action and holding some of these folks accountable. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm trying to be timed. Thank you. I wanted to congratulate all of our athletes. I'm happy to see your guys' faces here today. I wanted to just extend that congratulations to all of you student athletes in Watsonville High School. It's unfortunate they couldn't be here. And also I did attend the JPA meeting this week, and we had a lot to discuss. That's the meeting regarding the Mello Center. We are going to be having we're going to have an extra meeting, a special meeting in a month, because we just found that there was a lot to discuss, including some deferred maintenance that's going to need to happen and funding for that, as well as our fee schedule. And so I'll bring you that next month as well.
Thank you. I'll keep mine brief. It seems like often when I come here, I'm coming with an apology or two. Trustee Flynn and I had planned on a Monday pre-board meeting listening, and we didn't get our act together, and I'm sorry that we failed you, especially those who showed up to the meeting and we were not there. It was a Zoom meeting, but I apologize for that. I also apologize to my friend Takashi that I made you not feel good the last time that you spoke here. I really do appreciate you, and I'm trying to do my best job in what I do here. So I'd give you a hug if I was close enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've had many emails from Watsonville High students today about the extreme heat, and that's been a concern of mine, especially in the main building, for a while. Predictions are that we are going to have a significant El Nino year, which is going to involve extreme heats through about September, October. And I would really like to get some relief to the students at Watsonville High, because it's hard to learn when you can't breathe because it's so hot. And with that, my comments are done.
Oh shoot, I just broke the...
Okay, it's not broken. Yay, I don't want to get a bill. Next up is 3.3 superintendent comments, and I think we have some exciting things happening under her report.
So I have said that we would always use superintendent comments to talk about student achievement, and so I would like to have Desi and his team talk about the Ivy League project.
Is that live?
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, board trustees, and PVUSD community members. We are here representing 13 Watsonville High and Pajaro Valley students who are a part of this year's Watsonville Ivy League project, also called WILP.
WILP is a program that supports high-achieving, primarily first-generation, low-income high school students in visiting prestigious universities on the East Coast. We will travel for a week in September to visit 9 universities: Harvard, Yale, Brown, Columbia, Cornell, Princeton, Penn, MIT, and Boston University. Here are some photos from last year's WILP trip.
Sylvester, can we make it fit? Sorry, I'm not sure. Thank you.
In the spirit of equity and providing this opportunity to all students regardless of their family's income, WILP families are presenting a benefit fundraiser show at the Mello Center on Saturday, March 28th. This will be our second annual show. Our first show last year filled the Mello Center with about 600 attendees. This spectacular event will feature local youth talent including
Estrellas de Esperanza Folclorico, El Sistema Mariachi, the Pajaro Valley High School Band and Clarinet Quartet, Ángeles Danzantes Folclorico, and Sueños Aztecas Folclorico, along with other youth performers. We hope to raise enough money through this event to fully fund the trip for all of our 13 WILP scholars and lessen the burden on our families.
In order to reach our goal of raising $48,000, we're asking the community for your support. We can help local students achieve our college dreams by donating to our event. Any amount will help, and all donations to WILP are tax deductible. Everyone involved with our benefit show is donating their time, so all funds we raise will go directly to pay WILP students' travel expenses.
In addition to selling tickets to our benefit show, we're offering several sponsorship levels for all donors. All donors will be acknowledged in our event program, and there are other rewards for larger donations, such as free tickets to the show and a full-page advertising in the program. Thank you.
We invite you to attend our amazing show and help us spread the word to everyone you know. You can scan this QR code or buy tickets online, or buy them in person from a WILP student or at the door on the day of the show. You can also donate directly to WILP through the students' GoFundMe page, and thank you for the support.
I
also have some flyers. We don't have enough for everybody, but I will kind of leave them around. So everybody, please feel free to take them, pass them out. We want everybody to come to the show. And if you know any businesses who would like to sponsor, we are looking for sponsors.
I neglected to ask if there were any speaker cards for that item, Mr. Superintendent.
There are none.
Are there any speaker cards for the next item, which is 3.4 student celebrations?
No.
Okay. Superintendent Contreras will, it's going to be me. Okay. All right. We're honoring our amazing student athletes who have achieved success from Watsonville High and I'll just do this together, I guess. All right. How should we proceed?
Right here, I think we were expecting to have all 4 teams of Watsonville High, Aptos High, both the boys and girls. Don't see Watsonville High. We've checked in with them a few times. They said they were on their way, so we're not sure if they're on their way here or if they're on their way to the other location. So hopefully they're on their way here because I did check with them a few times. So we're hoping so what we'll do is we'll start off first with Aptos High. So why don't we go ahead and start off with the Aptos girls team. So Coach Gina, if, we will go ahead and present the certificate to the team. I'm so sorry, it's so full. So on behalf of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, we are presenting a certificate of proclamation to the Aptos High girls soccer team for their historic run this time around. And I think that for many years to come, Gina, I think I don't know if she's going to introduce some news today or not, but she has some wonderful news that will be coming soon as well. And just so that everybody knows, for the first time, and when I say historic, they are CCS champions here on the Central Coast. It's the first time that this happens. The last time they were there was in 2001 and weren't able to pull it off. This time they pulled through, and so congratulations.
Thank you. This is my 5th year coaching at Aptos High School, and I am an alumni of Aptos High School, so I always knew that I'd go back and coach at my school. We're incredibly, so first of all, thank you, board and all the trustees. We're incredibly honored to be recognized by you today. We want to extend our deepest appreciation and all the support to our program and our student athletes. To our parents, we couldn't have done it without you, and I want to say this for the kids. We want to thank you for your commitment, sacrifice, and the belief in not just the girls, but I know it's true for the boys too. Our players, you guys have dedicated so much. Your resilience and commitment to excellence has been truly outstanding, and you set the standard, not just in your performance, but also in your character. If you guys didn't know this, we have 6 seniors, and it's a big stat for them. They went 4 seasons with only losing 1 league game. They went the last 3 league seasons undefeated. To the coaching staff, this achievement is a direct reflection of your endless hours, passion, and belief in building something better than just a team. You created a culture that made this possible. Thank you for showing up every day, not just for the student athlete, but students that are achieving in the classroom. And to the club coaches that have invested in our athletes all year round, you have helped grow and develop these players on the field. Thank you for your essential part of this journey. Without you, this could not be possible. If you look at the 2 Watsonville High School teams and the 2 Aptos teams, they are coached. All those coaches have coached in this community for 16 plus years. I specifically for 33 years. So I want them to also be recognized because we get 4 months, 3 to 4 months with them in high school, but this is a commitment that the parents, the kids, and the club coaches in our community have endlessly work to achieve this also. This recognition belongs to all of us. I am proud as a coach. I know that the kids are proud, but and the kids are very grateful, but I am truly humbled, and I want to recognize the community for showing up to games, for cheering for us and supporting us day in and day out. Thank you so much.
And so we'll go ahead and move forward. One of the things that we want to do is we will recognize every single one of the students, but not today. We have a lot of things going on, but we will recognize all of you. And I know that the Aptos boys, some of them heard from me what we're trying to do for them. So they could spread the news. We don't want to say it out here out loud, but we're going to try to do some special things for all of you, all the girls, all the boys of Aptos, and all the girls from Aptos High, as well as the ones at Watsonville High. Awesome. So we are going to honor the boys team from Aptos High, and we've got some of the coaches here. So also for Aptos boys, historic as well. It's really interesting that 2001 was also the last time they were in CCS as the girls were, and this time they pull it off again. So coaches, if you want to say a few words for our community and also to inspire these boys some more, because I think we're looking for some more championships. Thank you.
Also to address changes being considered to our healthcare benefits. A cap on health benefits does not rein in healthcare costs. It simply transfers the risk to employees. Plain and simple, a cap on benefits is a pay cut for employees. Over the past decade, health insurance premiums in California have effectively doubled. That's around the time I started teaching in the district, and I can assure you our salaries have not kept pace. And the increases continue, with premiums projected to rise over 10% next year alone. This is an issue that affects all of us. Living in one of the most expensive housing markets in the nation, our educators are already feeling financial strain. Strong benefits are why many of us, along with our CSEA colleagues, stay in the district. We should not have to force our families to choose between paying rent, buying groceries, or going to the doctor. Our union wants to work collaboratively with you on real cost-saving solutions, but jumping to a cap, the most extreme option, undermines that process. We understand healthcare costs are rising for everybody, but the solution cannot be to place that increasing burden solely on the backs of educators. A cap would be a non-starter in negotiations, and we strongly urge the district not to bring this proposal forward. No cap, no cuts. Thank you for your time.
Pesticide season has started. That means that our students, our teachers, and our families are being exposed right now to toxic chemicals in the air they breathe every single day. These are not harmless substances. These are chemicals linked to asthma attacks, developmental delays, ADHD, learning disabilities, and cancer. These are poisons that impact the brain development in our children. And while they are trying to learn in the classroom, their bodies are under attack. This is environmental injustice, and it is happening in our community. And we see that the impact, we see it in our classrooms. More students struggling, more children needing support, more IEPs. These are not coincidence. Exposure to pesticides is directly connected to learning and behavioral challenges. So if this district knows our children are being exposed, then this district has responsibility to respond. We must protect our schools. We must fully fund and maintain the staff needed to support our students, counselors, mental health clinicians, special education teachers, and aides. Because if we do not, we are failing our children who are already being harmed before they even sit down to learn. This is about protecting their future. And I also want to take a moment to stand with Dolores Huerta and to honor her for the courage to step up, to keep this movement against pesticides alive. Sí se puede.
Good evening. The PVFT fought a benefits cap in 2017, and we won. That year, scores of other teachers' unions accepted a cap in exchange for a raise. Many of those districts are now striking in order to get back fully funded healthcare. We don't intend to be the ones fighting to win back what we already have. We work hundreds of hours of unpaid labor every year. We fight tooth and nail for even the smallest improvements to our working conditions. This year, we've watched dozens of beloved colleagues receive pink slips. We've seen the district pull support for mental health and special education, making decision after decision that will destabilize our campuses and harm our students. We've been removed from board meetings. We've been mocked and insulted by a trustee on social media, and we've been forced to sit across the table from a bargaining team that refuses to negotiate in good faith. You continue to take and take and take. Our healthcare plan is one of the few remaining pillars of our compensation. If you think we will accept a cap on our benefits, then you should educate yourself on the strong history of unionism in the PVUSD.
The next speakers, that'll be Radhika, Raylan Shannon, Tessa Accardo, Ann Twitchell, Caitlin Mellett, Bobby Marshall-Salt, and Chris Webb.
Before the first speaker comes up, there are a couple of empty seats up here. People in the back want to find a place to sit.
Good evening. My name is Rylan Shannon. I'm an English teacher at Pajaro Valley High School. This is my third year teaching within this district and my second year receiving a pink slip. I understand that there are budget cuts. I don't think that terminating teacher employment is the best answer. I'm a dedicated teacher, committed to the learning, success, and well-being of the students. I'm also an enthusiastic and fully involved member of my school's community, ranging from year-round work with PV Athletics, taking on a role in this year's Zoot Suit production with Gabe Robledo, and leading the front on multiple curriculum development and alignment committees, closing the gaps on learning losses between 8th grade and 9th grade, as well as seeing AP literature testing scores improve by 34% in my school. I am dumbfounded by the choice to eliminate a teacher instead of finding other ways to trim the budget. And a district that boasts about its transparency, knowing that the budget is tight, these conversations should not begin the week of deadlines. It is exhausting that this pink slip behavior has become the norm in PVUSD. When contacting the superintendents about my slip, I met with hopeful wishes from afar. This is a devastating process. I do want to add that in some cases, layoff notices are preliminary. The annual heightened anxiety that comes with March 15th is not the solution. Treat your educators with compassion and respect. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Contreras. My name is Tessa Accardo, and I'm a teacher at PVHS. I'm disappointed to see that the layoff process has once again been butchered by HR and district leadership. The skipping criteria, point system, delivering more pink slips than layoffs approved by the board has caused unnecessary stress on your overworked, underpaid, and possibly soon to be underinsured teachers and staff. HR has apparently been unable to answer questions from teachers about this process. When playing with people's lives and careers, you should be able to explain the layoff criteria. To be specific, I'm requesting more transparency and respect for our teachers from Mr. Kit Bragg and his department. You're one of the highest paid employees in our district. and you've had since November to sort this out. These practices will continue to drive highly qualified and passionate teachers out of this district. Your actions continually directly affect our students' access to quality education. In addition to these 160 cuts, the rumored proposals of cuts and caps to our health insurance are discouraging, to say the least. Maybe district leadership making $200,000 and over can afford to pay the difference, but teachers who are already pushed to their breaking point, making $60,000 in Santa Cruz County, cannot. If the board can approve a $50,000 raise for our superintendent over her 5-year contract, you can find creative solutions to save student-facing roles, including our highly valued mental health clinicians. While in a budget crisis, a true leader steps up. Accepting more money while handing out excessive layoff notices leaves an unfavorable impression on your staff seeking your support.
Good evening, board members. My name is Caitlin Millette, and I've been teaching upper elementary in this district for over 6 years. I'm here to speak plainly about my concerns regarding the recent decisions being discussed that will destabilize our communities and undermine student and teacher achievement. Laying off over 100 staff members doesn't just reduce a budget, it removes the people students rely on every day. When support staff disappear, the work does not. Freezing teacher salaries and capping benefits doesn't lead to staff retention. It drives burnout and pushes educators out. The talk of right-sizing signals school closures that fracture communities and disrupt learning. Stability is the foundation of school success. Students need consistent adults, strong relationships, and supported classrooms. These decisions move us toward larger class sizes, fewer supports, and higher turnover, the exact conditions that undermine student achievement. You cannot build strong programs on unstable schools. You cannot claim to prioritize students while dismantling the systems that support them. By laying off interventionists, health assistants, teachers, and academic coordinators who are essential to student success. If this is what sustainability looks like, then we need to be honest about the cost, because the cost is currently being paid by students, by educators, and by this community. Thank you.
Good evening, Roddy Kirkman. I am the VP of Negotiations for the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. We have been in bargaining since November, and over the past several months, the district has failed to return key articles to the table. Articles that directly impact our members and our students. Since December, we've received no response on critical issues like a class size proposal, a wages proposal, or a total comp proposal. Instead, the district chose to bring forward a proposal through our benefits committee to cap our benefits, one that would result, if enacted, in an ongoing pay cut for every member. Ongoing. So I have to ask, where is the transparency? Where is the commitment to competitive compensation and quality benefits? How does this support the long-term fiscal health? The reality is it doesn't. All it shows is a clear lack of value placed on the people who make this district run, especially those working directly with our students, our CSEA and our PVFT. Our members and our students deserve better. It's time the district starts showing up, and that can only happen at the table with actual proposals, not words. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. There's so much. Last meeting, we delivered a petition with over 1,000 signatures. And I watched the video. It took all of 3 minutes to deliver that. But you chose to take a break, and 5 of you walked out on us. And that spoke volumes. That's the apology I would have liked to have heard today. 2 meetings ago, you've heard from me about the issues around WCSA and also Alianza and other charters and the letters training and the agreement that was made here. 2 meetings ago, you did not allow questions to be answered about that. But then last meeting, it was okay to talk about battery storage. Which one is it? Can we respond or can we not? The answer, I hope you've received your answer, by the way. Now, I would also let you know, because of skipping criteria that was created, which is an issue in and of itself that I don't have time to get into, nearly 30% of our staff was pink slipped this past week. because you used letters as a skipping criteria, and we had teachers pink slipped who had signed up and you did not allow to take it. That is a problem, and it will be an issue coming forward. There's so many things, as I said, but I will say, I'll end on this. I sat with a teacher this past week in tears because of the difficulty of this job. And they said to me, as they're having this day, and in the meantime, the appreciation we're shown is wanting to pay us less money and take away our benefits. I don't know why I do this. Stop capping.
At one of the last meetings where the last time that Trustee Medina was formally chastised, some allegations came up about the conduct of the principal and at one of our sites. And one of the things that came up was about like students losing access to sports. And I happen to know there's some history of that type of thing happening improperly in my view. So I just wanted to throw out an invite. Been doing rugby with Watsonville High for all year. And if any other high school kids wanted to get involved, I have an open invite for them. Just email me and I'll let you know the details. And it could even be a middle school kid. But also, at the same time, because of the way we're not being respected as professionals and we're being attacked, and I feel like basically the leadership here is, in my view, it's almost like stealing. It's like stealing from the kids, it's stealing from the teachers. So we're doing work to rule, and as a result, for everybody, there'll be no more free rugby from me. If I'm there, you can come run around, but it's just, that's my version of work to rule. Also, I think we should reflect on Claudia's departure a little more. She stayed for a delayed raise before. She stayed when they disrespected her and betrayed her on her professional development that she brought, the best one I ever had. And for some reason, she decided this year, mid-year, that she had to go. That's like a glaring red flag. We should all be very concerned about that. We should adjust course correction right away. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, board. Is it 2 minutes?
Minute and a half.
1.5. Okay. All right. First, I'd just like to say thank you to Gabriel Medina because he's the only one who consistently responds to my emails, and I really appreciate that. So does Daniel Dodge, but he's not here tonight, so I appreciate him as well. My name's Ann Twitchell. This is my 20th year with the district. I was hired as a reading intervention teacher at H.A. Hyde 20 years ago. And I was laid off at that time more times than I can count. I lost count at some point. It was probably, the state of California was going through some issues. 20 years later, I'm still here. And the reason I was offered the job is because I talked about the importance of identifying students early who were at risk, about assessing them for things like phonemic awareness, and getting them the intervention they needed in a timely manner. And at that time, it was small groups, push in, pull out. We tried a variety of models. And if you thought that reading intervention was like just some extra add-on that we had in the last 5 years, no, it's been 20 years. And if you think it doesn't work, then you probably need to take the letters training that you are recommending.
Thank you. The next speakers are Rachel Hitchcock, Julianne Belen, Mads Rootmelo, Nadia Molina, Laura Azaro, Graciela Vega, and Carolyn West.
Are we live streaming yet? I think there's Wi-Fi.
All right, lady. All right. Hello, my name is Rachel Hitchcock. In addition to being a proud PVSD elementary teacher of 25 years, I'm also the parent of a teeny tiny premature baby who is now an 18-year-old high school senior. We have always been close, but during his high school tenure, he has relied on and confided in the staff at his high school more and more. He has utilized counseling service countless times for emotional support and guidance. Counselors have also helped him complete his FAFSA application, sign up for classes at Cabrillo, and much, much more.
I cannot imagine him navigating his years of high school without all the dedicated adults who work diligently to connect with and support him every single day. Students need caring teachers. Students need nurses. Students need counselors. Students need vice principals. And this and all these other teachers need fully funded health benefits. No cap, no way.
Test. Hello, I'm Julianne Bellin, and I want to know, why are we here? It cannot be a surprise. This would be a heavily attended meeting. Why are we in a room with significantly lower capacity than other available rooms? Why aren't we regularly meeting in the Mello Center? Like, genuinely, I want to know. I don't think that you all like kicking out members of the public and courting accusations of shutting down public comment. I really don't think you like it. And I know you can't respond right now, but please make some change in public announcement, because I really want to understand the thought process here. It's too hot for this nonsense to pack this many people into a room. This is a health hazard. At least half the room has left, and we're still way above what that little square in the corner says. This is not 85 people. Thank you.
Good evening, Board Trustees, President Turley. My name is Nadia Molina Martinez, and I'm a proud parent, Watsonville High School and Watsonville Charter School of the Arts. I'm also a proud teacher, new teacher at that. I want to thank you for your service. It is not a big or easy job, and you've been entrusted with a great responsibility for our children. But unfortunately, right now, it's time to reconsider some of the decisions we've made. Otherwise, we run the risk of hurting our most vulnerable, and we cannot afford to sacrifice them. Not anyone, not our teachers, not our counselors, not our support staff, our nurses, and not our students, our own children. There is time to reconsider these deep cuts in order to prevent shortchanging our kids. Our 8th graders who can't read and they're going to high school. Our kids in crisis. I had one today. Who did I call? The counselor. Our students managing 2 to 3 languages and tested like their life depended on it. Our students with IEPs that need support. They need people to guide them through every single day. Please think about the long-term consequences, the repercussions, the crisis. Nobody deserves to cut the things that we need most, the people that we need most. I'm a competent, capable, bilingual teacher. I was affected by layoffs, and I urge you to reconsider. Los niños primero, por favor.
My name is Graciela Vega Sendejas. I would ask that maybe in the future we hold in a bigger space so that the sound that we make is not so close up. If we meet at the Mello Center, like the sound won't carry into people's ears, and I know some people are really sensitive. Temple Grandin just published a book about people's sensitivities. I know some people can tolerate noise, like they'll listen to rock and roll music and hardcore focus. Other people need complete silence. And as adults, that little child learner is still within us. So some of us might be really sensitive to noise, and other people are like, yeah, throw me in a soccer rally. I can finish my homework, you know? Anywho, I'm here to urge you to consider not putting caps on our benefits, because a cap on our benefits would be a cut. And the prices of homes are rising, which is good for homeowners, but the people who are renting, it's putting them out. Families are having to move in together. Some professionals are having to rent from rooms or garages. And we should consider lobbying the local landowners about building housing for teachers, for police officers, for officers who have to travel from far away, you know. But consider no cap. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Laura Azaro from H.A. Hyde Elementary. I'm a reading intervention teacher, was 3rd and 4th. I have a letter I'm reading to you. This is part of the problem. There are solutions to this, but it hasn't happened in a million years through lots of boards. How can the district afford to heat the classrooms during a heat wave? I am a teacher at Hyde, and every morning I walk into my heated classroom with the heater running. I have to open the windows that work to let as much heat out of my classroom as I can before the sun starts baking it. I had to purchase 2 fans with my own money, and those are still not enough. For some reason, Palace Arts doesn't let us get fans with our money that you are generously letting us use. Today, it was 81 degrees in my classroom. It was 83 degrees in the classroom next to me. These are the subpar conditions I am working in. These are the conditions students are trying to learn in and test in, by the way. So why do we have to go through all of these work orders that don't even get looked at for months because that is understaffed continuously by board after board? Another thing, Olivia, Misty, Heather Contreras, Carol Turley, Daniel, Jessica, Gabe, you need to go to the schools that you represent and spend a couple of hours there. Put your tennis shoes on, put your sweats on, and hang out and see what the impacts are of your cuts. It's already ugly and bad.
Okay. Hi, Carolyn West, school nurse. H.A. Hyde, Starlight, Diamond Tech, Rolling Hills, and Cesar Chavez. And some non-public schools right now. Hello, everybody. Greetings. President Turley, Superintendent Contreras, trustees. Well, I'm checking in after the pink slips went out. I'd ask if you're happy, but I won't, because I hope you're not intentionally cruel people. I know change is needed to happen because I see what's happening across the country. I've spoken with Dr. Sabah because he actually comes to the nurses' meetings in the county nurses' meetings. So I know these things. However, how it was done felt like cowardice. Having site administrators call staff in to talk, and then Brian Saxton delivering letters, I don't know, it just felt icky. Although I have 5 school sites with 4 health assistants, I heard from those beyond my sites. They were the ones that were in tears were the hardest. I had people that weren't even my health assistants calling me and texting because they know I've gotten up to speak for them at the board meetings. I'm also hearing from parents of students with medical needs and have routine procedures. They want to know who is going to be in the health office, who is going to help their child, who is going to respond to emergencies. Does anyone have a plan? Will the remaining health assistants and nurses be involved in whatever the plan is going to be? I'm really concerned there wasn't enough data collected, especially from those who actually do the work. Remember the 4,500 office visits per year per school, 4,500 students.
Good evening. Mads Realmuto, parent of a TK and a first grader. SELPA CAC met last week. Dr. Contreras, thank you for participating. I hope it highlighted for you why the district has work to do in building trust. I'll just quickly say here for all families and hopefully if we're online, one of the things the district clarified is that it is in fact committed to having students with IEPs participate in expanded learning programs. The number of families who have been told otherwise is horrifying. Summer camp, after school programs, you're not excluded if you have an IEP. Trustee Carrasco, you'll be happy to hear that we're working with SPIN and Raíces y Cariño to put together Spanish and mixed tech IEP trainings and resources. So we're hoping also by having independent parties participate, given the lack of trust in the district right now, that we can provide resources that way. This past week has been full of too many conversations with concerned families, concerned for safety and education outcomes. As a consequence of the vote in December eliminating BT's IAs, quite a few quit, didn't see a reason to stay. This month, I think you let go at least 17 agency staff. So over 25 that haven't been replaced, and now classes are having to make up for it. Really a safety concern. Ask the hard questions. That's how you help Dr. Contreras succeed.
Trustee Turley? President Turley? That was the last of our public speakers, but we did have a few come in late. Ms. West already approached and did her time, but we had two more. Can I go ahead and call? So Marilyn Garrett and Carla Olvera. Those will be our final two speakers.
Thank you. My health provider attributes my tremors, I have to tell people this, to teaching in Watsonville next to fields of pesticides, mainly at Mesty School, and the wireless radiation. I am urging you to not proceed with your plans to have a cell tower at Aptos High School. And I'm going to give a copy of this and read it into the record regarding a cell tower. This is from Alan Pagano, who was superintendent of Santa Cruz City Schools from September 2006. To whom it may concern, it has recently come to our attention that a cell phone tower may be planned for installation on your site, adjacent to Westlake Elementary School, located on High Street. We acknowledge there are conflicting views and perspectives about the potential effects of exposure to the emissions produced by such towers. However, when the possibility for potential negative impact on students' health and safety becomes a concern, it is incumbent upon the leaders of the Santa Cruz City School District to express our views to the parties involved. Last sentence. As a result, we are asking that all decisions involving the installation of cell tower be put on hold.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett.
And that prudent caution be exercised.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett. That's your time.
Such towers are proven conclusively
Thank you, Mrs.
to
Garrett.
be safe.
I am a student at Aptos High, and along with other students have experienced what it's like to have pay cuts. We have seen many teachers have to leave because they can't afford to live in an area that is so expensive as of Aptos and Watsonville. Teachers aren't paid enough to do as much work as they should because they can't afford to just pay out of pocket. Teachers deserve to be paid more because they help students regardless of their background and any of other things they go through. I have seen what it's like to have a brother with an IEP and many other friends who have IEPs, and the fact that they want to cut those programs says a lot of the district. It shows that they do not care what students have to go through in order to get the proper education that they deserve. Teachers are very well respected people, and they deserve the respect that they earn just because of what they had to go through. Many students don't respect teachers, but I, along with others, do believe that teachers are very well respected and well-rounded people. We have seen what teachers do for many students, and we have seen that they have a big impact. I was impacted very much by a teacher. He showed me what it's like to put aside differences and focus more on school, because I, along with other students, know that at the beginning you just don't care enough about school. but you see that your teachers, they put their best foot forward for you. They look out for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That moves us on to employee organization comments. Each one will be limited to 5 minutes. First up is Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. We're gonna pause you just for a second, sorry.
So I just want to provide a little update regarding the HADCs, the aire acondicionado. Tenemos en el proyecto del el master plan que se aprobó, las 16 escuelas están en la lista de 16 de la, elementary schools that are approved in the list to go into work for the AC. We have also 5 middle schools and 2 high schools. So we know this is one of the priorities in the facilities master plan, and we are working on the AC. Just give us some time. We are working that. I'm not going to promise it's going to be done for this year, but for this summer it's going to be a lot of work in the AC. It's one of the highest priorities on the list, and we are listening. We received several emails from the community today, and we are working on it. That's an update. And I said that in Spanish and English para que me entiendan entre los dos.
Gracias. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Denise, you're up.
Good evening. Thank you to the board and superintendent for allowing me to address you tonight. I want to start by taking a moment to acknowledge the survivors of sexual abuse and recognize the generational trauma that is left behind. People often search for answers when the truth comes out and knocks people off of the pedestals that we've placed them on. And I think we idolize people in part because it makes their actions seem like things that regular people aren't capable of. We inoculate ourselves from our own potential, imposing limits on ourselves because that feels easier than accepting the answer that we are all powerful. We all are capable. And we don't need to be someone that history will name a day after to make a positive impact in our communities. Our community is reeling right now from this scorched earth approach the district is taking to address their budget woes. Layoffs, the elimination of academic coordinators, outsourcing mental health supports to less capable outside agents, school closures, and a benefits cap. At what point will this board wake up and see that these cuts are too deep? Dr. Contreras, you like to say something that we can have some things, but we can't have all things. Can we please apply that same thinking when it comes to this district's actions, especially the ones that will cause irreparable harm to our youth? I am constantly being approached by members of both the union and the broader community who ask me, when is the district going to do a vote of no confidence in the superintendent? Things are absolutely devastating. They're worried that you and this board are going to continue down this path of devastation. And these students and future generations of students will pay the cost for these reckless actions. I'm also approached by people who want to see the union collaborate more closely with the district, don't like to see us clashing, and believe that being pals with the district is the approach to take. It's a very difficult position, and we're all doing our best. I want to own that the PVFT and myself should have done a better job communicating the skipping criteria that we agreed to for tenured teachers enrolled in letters. We proposed skipping criteria for our teachers with BCLADs and TK teachers because they work hard to fill positions that require specialized credentials. The district proposed skipping criteria for letters, and from there we worked to ensure that probationary teachers would not cause a layoff to a tenured employee. The district has invested millions of dollars, not in consultants, but directly in our members. And we want to honor their time, but to honor their time spent outside the workday to improve their skills in teaching literacy. And we want to see more investment in our members and our students. Unfortunately, the district has failed to honor our MOU, which enables K-6 teachers at our dependent charters to participate. We have had members removed from cohorts and who were precluded from participating in something that they are rightfully eligible for. We have the emails that show you're registered for this cohort and you never got to start it because the district took them out and said, oh, don't worry, we're going to negotiate something with the union for you, for middle schoolers. And then they said, Oh, but that doesn't apply to our district-dependent charters. We want to see financial oversight and fiscal response. That's your guys' thing to figure out. Our members at the charter deserve the same rights to education because those are our members and those are our students. An unfair labor practice has already been committed. We are talking with our attorney. We're gathering the evidence. We will file that unfair labor practice. I want to see us treat these members of the charters the way they deserve to be treated. These layoffs cut deep, not just because of the skipping criteria, but because this district pink slipped over 85 of our members, and they did so in the most deplorable way. For all the talk about these cuts in December, out of respect for our employees, the district didn't even start serving pink slips until the final week that they had. And get this, they did so on a Monday and a Tuesday morning before people started teaching. They failed to properly notify junior employees who should have been noticed. They served people who are in positions and hold credentials that aren't even on the layoff resolution. We served an art teacher with a pink slip. For what? That person should not be on the resolution at all. We've had people with tenure, been in this district damn near 20 years, caught off guard with a pink slip on a Tuesday before work, but we had to do it in December out of respect for them? That's madness. I want to conclude by highlighting all the engagement and activism taking place across the district this week as we work to rule and participate in a week of actions. We need to continue organizing to show this district that we will not accept the benefits cap. We'll be at the bargaining table March 25th. A benefits cap is a pay cut. It is a non-starter. If this district is reckless enough to propose a pay cut on top of layoffs, school closures, and everything else, you will have unrest. You will see us continue working to rule. You will see what you're seeing in San Francisco, Natomas, LA.
Denise.
You will see that here.
Thank you,
Keep
Mr. Thank you, Mr. Denise. Next up is California School Employees Association. Looking for representation? All right.
Good evening, board. I had nothing prepared. I just felt motivated to come speak. Sarah Chapter 132 treasurer, and I just want all the classified employees listening to know that you are deeply valued. We see you, we care about you, and if you received a pink slip last week, you just know that the work that you do every day is extremely valued. Thank you.
Next up, Communication Workers of America, the substitutes. Is anybody here representing CWA? No? Okay, thank you. That brings us to public hearing 8.1, second public hearing, renewal petition for Alianza Charter School. Report by Peggy Pugh, Executive Director, Student Support Services.
Good evening, board. Hello. There we go. Good evening, President Turley, Superintendent Contreras, trustees, staff, and community. My name is Peggy Pugh, and I'm here tonight to present the staff report for Alianza Charter Schools renewal petition. At the board meeting on February 11th, we heard Alianza's request for their charter renewal based on their school's performance outcomes. As was presented by Principal Veronica Aguilar, Alianza Charter School students continue to have great academic success. In reviewing state testing and dashboard results and compared to neighboring demographically similar schools that students would otherwise attend, Alianza's ELA and math proficiency rates exceed those schools in most grade spans. Our review of their program identified the following strengths: sustained growth in ELA and math, significant improvement in English learner progress, reduction in chronic absenteeism, a strong parent engagement, and more. Areas for continued growth were noted by the staff, stating that increased math proficiency, particularly in grades 6 through 8, is something they'd like to work on, as well as accelerating progress for long-term English learners. Their petition outlines a clear action plan, including intervention, expanded tutoring, targeted professional development, and collaboration, and they are on track. District staff reviewed their financial audits, budgets, governance documents, and compliance assurances. No material findings were identified that would preclude the renewal. So based on their dashboard results, our recommendation and all of the other information that was in that staff report, our recommendation is to approve the renewal of Alianza Charter School for a 5-year term from July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2031.
Are there any public comments for 8.1?
Yes, we have one, Brandon Denise.
Brandon, are you still back there?
Taking a victory lap.
Mr. Denise, did you want to speak?
He's coming.
Going once, going twice. Okay.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Elvis has left the building.
No, it's before my time, Carol. I just want to speak in support of our staff and students at Alianza. Every time I've been out there, like, the classrooms are lit, students are learning, folks are engaged, and it's a really fun site to be at. The staff and the administrators too work really hard. I know you guys are like, Brandon says good things about admin. I do, because Alianza works really hard. And they should not be punished for having a charter and having the ability to utilize their funds on things like lower class sizes, field trips, and everything else they have. They are a locally funded charter. They do not have a separate board who oversees them. When we reach agreements that all of our members should be able to access, it applies to them too. How can we work through a situation where they have their budget that they set in July, but then in October, November, we're agreeing to new stipends? They shouldn't be excluded from those things. We currently have 2 stipends that they would be eligible for that we can't agree to because the district is proposing to write them out. One is letters for middle school teachers. So we can be bringing letters to our middle school teachers at Alianza, Watsonville Charter School, and all of our charter schools that are locally funded, if you guys just fund them. These are our students. The second one is for folks to earn a computer science authorization from UC Davis, an amazing opportunity. Our members at the charters deserve that opportunity too. Please, at the same time that we uplift the wonderful work that's going on in this district, we have to support it, because without that foundation, it just doesn't work. So please, shout out Alianza one more time.
So this item will come back to us as 9.2 as an action item. So I'm asking that board members hold their comments until it's under action item if you have some. Is that agreeable? Okay. All right. That moves us on to action items. 9.1, approve cabinet contract for employment for Chief Technology Officer, presented by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Well, good evening, Dr. Contreras, Board of Trustees, and our PVUSD community. I'm here before you because we have an action item to approve a contract for Chief Technology Officer. The following is an agreement between the Board of Trustees of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District of Santa Cruz County, California, herein referred to as the district, and Misty Rotom, herein referred to as Chief Technology Officer. The parties agree as follows, that the term would be the district hereby employs Misty Rotom, Chief Technology Officer CTO, subject to the terms and conditions of statutes governing the employment of classified employees. The terms and conditions hereinafter set forth are effective commencing April 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2028. With regard to salary, the Chief Technology Officer's annual salary shall be based on the 25-26 Cabinet Salary Schedule, range CTO Step 4, at $165,000 $802. In addition, the Chief Technology Officer shall receive a stipend for his or her master's degree of $4,173. Payment will be in 12 equal payments. Those are the portions of the contract that we read aloud for the board. I ask your action tonight, improving Misty, and then concluding your deliberation and action. We have Misty here tonight.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do. We have two, Marilyn Garrett and Emily Halbig.
Wireless, is it on?
I don't think so, yeah. Thank you. It's temporary.
Wireless microwave radiation is a toxic technology, and I would like to see anybody who's in charge of this to commit to having wired Ethernet hookups, not microwave radiation. And I will leave you with an article, Blind Faith in Wireless Technology. Facts everyone should know. And just because it's popular is no guarantee it's safe. Humans are electromagnetic beings. Our cells continuously communicate with each other through electrical microcurrents. Wireless technologies, cell phones, wireless computers, radar, radio, television, broadcast, transmits information through the use of electromagnetic radiation. This ever-increasing background radiation has the ability to disrupt the communication between our body's cells, resulting in abnormal functions in the developing cells of children, as well as adults and other living creatures. On the back is an article by a father. Our Wi-Fi was making our son sick. I'm sure there are children in this district who are sick from Wi-Fi exposure. This is no joking matter.
Thank you.
Okay, so fun fact, I used to be a part of a community of educators called Technology Liaisons. It was a program created under, I believe, Tim Landek, who was the director of technology for my first 10 years or so. Tim and Dan did an amazing job of building the robust technology department that we have today. And I was really proud to be a part of the liaison community. I'm still really close with a lot of people in the tech department. So with the announcement of Dan Weiser's retirement, the board approved a new cabinet level position, the Chief Technology Officer, to replace him. And of course, this job came with a pretty significant raise and also additional hiring requirements. And so to me now, it's become clear why we did that we're asking for the board to approve someone who came from Superintendent Contreras's former district as their new CTO. So the question is, why did we need to take a long-time director position and give it a hefty raise? To me, it's pretty suspicious, pretty questionable. I have a feeling that we probably would have had some pretty qualified internal candidates who didn't maybe hold the special certificate that's required of a CTO. And it's disappointing that we couldn't have continued to build the leadership homegrown in a way that we had under Tim and Dan for so many years. So I would say that I would urge the board not to approve this contract because I think it should continue to remain a director position, and we should reopen it and encourage internal candidates within the amazing PVUSD technology department to apply. Thank you.
I understand Ms. Raton is with us and maybe has some comments she'd like to make.
Good evening, President Turley, members of the board, and Superintendent Contreras. Thank you for the opportunity to serve as the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Chief Technology Officer, if offered. It would be a true honor.
I have spent 2 decades, just over 2 decades, in K-12 technology, and I believe strongly that technology should be quietly and reliably supporting teaching, learning, and the daily work of our schools. My commitment is simple: ensure technology works so educators can focus on teachers and on teaching, and students can focus on learning. I'm inspired by this district's commitment to ensure every student is supported to reach their highest potential, and I look forward to supporting the work through secure, reliable, and effective technology systems. I thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to getting started if selected.
Thank you. We're done for the comments. Are there any?
I did put in the card for this one.
We got it after public, I'm sorry.
Well, I put one in originally. Like, I put in several originally. This was one of them.
All right. Go ahead.
That's the other break. So, we've heard, right? We can do anything, but we can't do everything. And judging from like the layoffs and everything, it seems like we don't want to do anything. It seems like we want to get rid of everything. And on this, I think one thing we should say we can't do is give brand new people who are already like coming into this district in some of the highest paid positions, give them an extra raise. So other people, we have to like pay our dues and like work our way through, and that like gives respect. I feel like it's kind of a bad cultural practice to have people that maybe have like personal connections to the superintendent, and then for those people to get these premium positions and for them to get raises. And I would ask, like, when we bring back some people who, when we rescind some layoffs, or if we, let's say somebody leaves from the SERP and then a new teacher comes, are we gonna offer that new teacher the same step and column as the departing teacher? I think we probably wouldn't. So why is that what we're doing for our top people in the rankings here in terms of pay? If you stand by these layoffs, I feel, and you do this, I feel like you're sending different messages that you're not really, that like you can't make the arguments on we're spending too much and approve these type of raises. Like there's an integrity problem, and it's made worse by doing this. We can save actually by, I think when we have like grievances and the like, if the admin, and it might be an HR, or not an HR, it might be a district office person. The people responsible, they should be getting docked pay. That's where I would recommend for saving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. I'll open it up to board comments. A reminder, you're restricted to 3 minutes, including response time to questions you might ask of staff. Who would like to go first? Anybody have comments? I'm not seeing any hands. So it comes to me. I would like to ask one question of Superintendent Contreras. Can you just talk very briefly, because I have a limited amount of time, what the selection process was like?
I'll go through it, but normally I would defer to our HR assistant superintendent. Okay. Do you want to explain it?
Got a short clock.
Okay, I'll be brief. As the board participated in the process, there's a combination of the job description coming before the Board of Trustees and coming before the PC because we're a merit district. That gets handed back and forth between you, both leadership organizations multiple times throughout the process. So when it first came to you, the job description came, then it went to the PC, it was revised, and then it came back to you again for final approval, keeping all of the feedback and everything that you asked for memorialized in the job description that you approved. From there, it goes into the recruitment process. Because we're a merit district, we follow PC language with regard to the merit as far as how we have to do that and who we can recruit for and who we cannot, who meets the criteria based on the job description that's approved. So we had multiple candidates apply. We had multiple candidates that had the CTO authorization. And so a panel was formed with both labor partners, those within the department that support our technology, those within human resources and others. And it was the sole recommendation that particular candidate, Misty, move on in the process because of her qualifications. That is the merit system. We have to take from whatever that panel says and move that into cabinet for a final determination. So that was the process with Misty, and that's how we ended up here tonight.
All right, thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Trustee Turley, I have comments and a few questions. How many people applied to the position?
Don't know off the top of my head, but it was north of a half dozen.
More than a half dozen, okay. And were you in attendance at the meeting when we approved to move forward with this?
Yes, I was.
You were, correct?
Yes.
And what was my request that I had asked?
Software engineering.
No, I asked to be invited to the actual interviews so that way I could participate and have, since I'm the one that works within technology, and that wasn't extended to me. I had no idea that was going on. It was on public record, as you like to claim when you say things. So why that wasn't followed, I'm not sure. And because, I'm not done, and because of that, I don't know who we're hiring. I saw the description that you put out, but I really wanted to be involved with that because the only reason that I voted yes to approve this is because I wanted to minimize the amount of administrators that we have in the central office. And if I was going to be able to question them and understand if they have that capability, I would have most likely said yes, so that way we could cut from the top and put it more into the classroom. But you all didn't extend that opportunity to me to do that, to vet. I'm not done. So, also, Dr. Contreras, since you formerly worked with this employee, can you give us a little bit more on her experience as a Chief Technology Officer?
I might want to address
Or
that.
either one?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I should address that probably because it actually captures both your comments. Number one, the merit system is very specific about who can participate in the recruitment process. And so I should have been more clear, and I apologize. That's my misstep for putting you in a position where I led you to believe that you could participate in that process. Merit system is clear about how we do recruitments with regard to classified position, even at the cabinet level. So I apologize for that. That was misleading. Secondarily, the process, to your point about her qualifications, has completed. We've gone through that process, and that's why she's here tonight according to merit rules and how we do that recruitment. So I don't know that it would necessarily be appropriate for Dr. Contreras to expand on that, given that she applied, she went through the process, and it is her qualifications that put her here tonight.
So do the superintendent and this person have a prior relationship to applying to this job?
They've both worked together in Modesto.
They have worked together in the district?
Yes.
You worked in the same district?
Yes, that's correct.
We did not work together. We worked in the same district.
In cabinet level positions.
That's not accurate.
Okay, I think that's my time, but it's really interesting when we have so many capable people. We're by Silicon Valley. We have a lot of our students who had gone off into computer engineering and are actually, you know, able to do this type of work. And I wish it was extended to people who actually live here first. But, you know, since we didn't see many of the apps, I'll be voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think that's it for comments. Would anyone like to make an motion for?
Sorry, I have a question. Am I able to ask Misty a question?
Misty? Oh.
Not this Misty. Okay. No?
I think we'll have a meet and greet later and you can have some conversation. Okay. We'd probably have a Q&A later. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Second? Okay.
I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That looks like for Trustee Medina?
No.
Okay, so that's 4-1-0-2. Sketchy. Moving on to 9.2, which brings us back to Alianza. This will be presented by Peggy Pugh, Executive Director, Student Support Services.
Good evening, President Turley, Superintendent Contreras, trustees, and staff and community. My name is Peggy Pugh, and I'm proud to present the Alianza Charter School Principal, Veronica Aguilar, and Assistant Principal, Wendy Balthazar, as they request your support in their charter renewal petition.
Thank you for your time in reviewing the Alianza Charter School Renewal Petition and the PVUSD staff report. It is truly a pleasure to be here with you tonight and at last month's Board of Trustees meeting to share with you everything we are so proud of at Alianza, especially our students, families, and staff. Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, Principal Aguilar and Assistant Principal Balthazar. Your leadership and advocacy are truly valued and appreciated. Board of Trustees, after reviewing the charter renewal petition and staff report, I respectfully request that you renew Alianza Charter Schools charter petition for school years 2026 to 2031. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment for this item?
We do. Roddy Kirkman.
Hello, good evening again. I will make this brief. I just want to stand up here and say Alianza is a vital, a vital part of this district. They are a model of bilingual education in our district, and it would be a crime if this charter was not renewed this evening. So please vote yes.
Is that it? Any board members?
Can I make a motion? Can I make a motion? Or we could have discussion. I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
Okay, I'll second. And I think, Roddy, that they are probably a model in the state, not just in PVUSD. Okay, that's a first and a second. Anybody want to deliberate, or can we call for the vote?
Let's call the question.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. You can vote. That looked like 6-0-2.
Trustee Turley, can we take a brief 5-minute recess, please?
You know, I've been thinking that as well. I was hoping I could wait till reports, but let's take 5. Thank you. Early retirement plan presented by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you and good evening again. I'm delighted to bring this before the board. Such a celebration. Even since Friday, which is when we had to have the board report prepared for publishing, we've increased those that are participating in the SERP by another at least half dozen, 4 or 5. And so that's just delightful. At the end of the day, I think we do have some slides here. Yes. Perfect. All right, so these are Friday's numbers with regard to those that chose to participate in the SERP. And at the end of the day, of the 265 eligible as of Friday, that was 161, and as of today, it's 174. Yes, wow indeed. Of those, you can see the various categories where staff who've been committed to the district for so long are choosing to take advantage of this opportunity. You can see of our certificated employees, the final number, at least on my notes since yesterday, is 88. Certificated management 5, classified 78, and classified management 3. So again, slight increase from when we reported on Friday. So briefly, and this is going to be important going forward, as you approve the SERP, then we also have work to do with regard to those positions that become vacant. If you'll recall from the board presentation, when Keenan was here with Mr. Castillo, there's an analysis that has to be done. Because if we replace all the positions, it's actually an increased cost to the tune of $1.2 million. If we replace 70% of the positions, there's a net savings of $13.4 million. Now, some of those positions we will have to replace based on enrollment, based on class sizes, based on ensuring that we have representation across the district in the areas that we need to. But for this to continue to be a cost-saving measure, obviously some of those positions cannot be replaced. And that's the original reason why we did the SERP in the first place. I think there's one more slide. Is this? Yes, that's me. We wanted to show you one more slide. If we were to only replace 50% of the positions, it would be a net savings of $26 million in ongoing revenue to the district in the general fund. So, what action happens tonight? Well, we have a board that gave us the permission to go out and do this, so thank you first for that. Because it put us in the position in the first place to recruit people that we could celebrate that wanted to do this. But here's where we are now. Board meeting tonight, you've seen the results, and we ask for your final approval. You take action, and then everything else that you see subsequently on the timeline begins. Okay. There you have it. Such a very cool time. I will tell you, I've been in education for 24 years, and I've worked in 4 districts, and I'm aware of one other time when this occurred. I was 27 years old, so had no bearing on me specifically. But as far as my recollection, these things truly come along once in a generation, and it's such a lovely way to celebrate our employees that have been involved and served in Pajaro for so very long. And it obviously comes at an opportune time.
Do we have any public comments?
We do. Brandon Denise.
Yep. Brandon, Denise? Water. I tried to give you this bottle. You would have had water.
We wanted cups because you need water here, but we're all thirsty.
Well, give us 2 minutes. If he's not back, that's it.
Right. Calm down. Brandon. All right. Well, we should. Other schools too. Okay. Well, we're going to move on. You there? No? Okay. Are there any board comments? Okay. Trustee Navarro.
Kit, where'd you go?
Right here.
Bye.
First of all, thank you for all your hard work with the unions and our partners on doing this. When can we start letting folks know before we lose talented educators that they will not be losing their positions?
It's a totally valid question, and because we want to respect the timeline that the law says is specific to layoffs, while still recognizing the fact that we have, after tonight, a SERP that will obviously impact where we will still need people to come back. So I can tell you what we've done. We've analyzed every single person on the SERP and every single position at every single location. We've cross-checked that with every single layoff notification that went out. We've already delivered all of our FTE to all of our principals. They've shared back their schedules, and we've seen where we have gaps, where anybody that's coming out due to the SERP or is affected by the layoff, we already know what those numbers are. So we're already analyzing where people can go and where people can be brought back. We will also do that with regard to difficult to fill positions. Traditionally positions like math, positions like science, some of those specialized credentials that could be harder to recruit for. Those will happen sooner, and then we'll continue to work our way through. I would expect that we'll be in a position internally to know that best data coming back from spring break, because there's some due dates to our site principals with regard to schedules that hit before they go to spring break. Then we do that analysis and we start seeing where we can fill right away. There were some comments tonight I think it's important to mention. With regard to layoffs, there's also the hearing process where people can ask to have a hearing with regard to their particular layoff and the reason why that happened. That was clear in the literature and the communication that went out to everybody that was affected in that regard. So as we start to look at all those various positions on the especially on the teaching side of the house, right? Because that's where it's really going to come down quickly to figure out what positions we need to fill. Those would be the people that we'd start reaching out to first to bring back from layoffs.
Is there any way to give certain folks or have site administrators give certain folks a heads up of what their probability is that they're going to get their position back? Because I would hate to lose experienced teachers who are of history in our district and who live in our district.
It's absolutely a fair question. The challenge and why I'd be a little bit reticent, I guess the answer is we do that as quickly as we can, feeling comfortable that the right people were being offered the right position based on their credentialing. And so there was a comment tonight, for example, about over-noticing. That happens sometimes because you, as a board, approved a very specific number of FTE with regard to very specific positions based on credentialing. Depending on who's sitting in that seniority list and where, they have different opportunities to go into different positions. They have to make choices. And so as we start to reach out to those people through that bumping process, I know we hear about bumping on the classified side, but it's true of the certificated side as well. As we start going through that displacement process and they make those decisions, it changes the decisions for other people based on their experiences and their credentials. So that's the only reason I'd be reticent to put a hard and fast date on that, because it requires that analysis and then those individual conversations with all the people that have the right credentials to come back in the right positions.
Got it. Thank you. That's the end of your time. Mr. Denise, you had a card in and you missed, but we'll let you come up.
I missed it though. Hold on. It's a good story. All right. So thank you for allowing
2 minutes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak after my tardiness. I was tardy. Shout out. Thank you, Lisa Sandoval. There's no water cups next to the water dispenser over there, and somebody needed to get some cups, so I went on an expedition to find some cups, and Lisa helped me. So admin and union working together to get the people the water that they need.
No cups, no caps.
Yes, exactly. I got a little confused. No cups, no caps. So I actually did want to speak to this item to do a bit of a public service announcement for our folks who are retiring. CalSTRS right now is awful. No fault of their own, great people. They've changed their systems and the way their systems communicate. So when people reach out to CalSTRS, they are being left on hold literally all day. If you don't call CalSTRS by like 10 o'clock, you're not getting on the phone with anybody. So there were some folks who it was a challenge to know if they wanted to take the SERP or not, because when they reached out to CalSTRS, they're left on hold all day. Thanks to the district, because I know that we actually brought to the table, we said, hey, we have group orientations all the time. Let me call our folks from Santa Clara, and they came out and partnered with the district. Another example of where we can collaborate together. Yeah, right, I know. But it's really important that if you are considering retiring, you're getting into those CalSTRS workshops early. On Friday in our member update, I'll put when our next group orientation is happening in the office. That's going to be happening in April-ish. So retirees, take care of your finances, please, and congratulations.
Thank you. Back to board comments. Any other board members have comments on this item? Trustee Carrasco?
So I know that you can't give us an exact date of when we will have all of this, but when will you start the process?
Well, we've already begun it.
Okay.
We are, like I said, we already know all the positions within SERP, all the locations. We know exactly where we're going to need teachers next year based on their allotted FTE, taking into consideration declining enrollment. Mm-hmm. And then we're matching that up with the retirees and the layoffs to see where we have gaps. Like I said, it's gonna, I'm feeding back now, I think. It's gonna start first with those specialized credentials that are more difficult to fill and pull those back. And even potentially if we have to recruit in some areas, we'll see how that plays out. All the final schedules were due to us going into the end of next week. So we can verify with all the principals that they've designed their master schedules correctly. They've got all of their grade levels accounted for at the elementary level. And then ultimately, we come back from spring break because, right, we still have May 15th to rescind. That's that final window where we come back to you in May, and you'll see us again regardless with that final process. And so it's going to happen in that window. So I'd put us squarely in the middle of April, towards the end of April, ensuring that we've caught everything by early May. You're very welcome.
Any others? No? I would just like to acknowledge all of the amazing teachers and support staff from CSEA who will be leaving us. There's so much talent and so much heart in folks who have worked for this district for a very long time, and I just want to acknowledge that they'll be missed by their coworkers, by us, by students. We need to take action on this item. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll to make a motion to approve.
And is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? No, I think that's 5-0-2. Motion passes. That moves us on to 9.4, approved 2025-26 second interim financial reports. Report will be given by Gerardo Castillo, CPA, Chief Business Officer.
A lot taller than me. That's a presentation. Okay. Good evening, President Turley, board members, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and community. We are here to present the 2005-2006 second interim report. This report provides a snapshot for our financial health at the midpoint of the year and projects our stability for the next 2 fiscal years. I think it's too far. Do you see that? Okay, good, okay. Before we dive into the numbers, it's vital to ground ourselves in our why. Our vision is for every student to graduate ready to contribute to the world. Our mission is to cultivate a nurture environment where the students thrive economically and emotionally. Every dollar we discuss tonight is a tool to empower the mission. The report in your package is 170 pages long, and I could answer any question in the report. The goal of the first presentation is to provide a clear picture of the financial situation so anybody can understand it. We will spend most of our time discussing the general fund and its major components, but we will also discuss other funds such as the child development, charter fund, the building funds. We will discuss our multi-projections, and I want to say at this point in time that our district is in a positive status. The entire report in your packet has been submitted to the County Office of Education to meet the March 15 deadline. The second interim reflects actuals through January 31st and projects activity through the end of the year, June 30, and projections for the following 2 years. A positive certification means that we can meet our obligations for this year and the next 2. A qualified certification means we might not, and a negative certification means we cannot. So our census enrollment, multi-year, this is the primary components that generates our revenue. Our census enrollment is 14,638, while our average daily attendance shows about 91%. We are funded on the 3-year average of 13,982. We are factoring a 2.3 COLA, or cost of living adjustment, and our unduplicated count is about 83%. Including in these projections is I want to talk a little bit about the lottery. Our estimated ADA is $190, and our restricted is $82. It's like even less than 0.5%. It's very minimal what we receive for lottery. Our total revenues in the general fund are $355.6 million, of which the majority, 122, it comes from the local control funding formula. So see, 95% of general revenue is directly related to our average daily attendance. The federal revenue in here is the largest portion is Title I. The state revenues in this portion, the largest portion is special education and expanded learning opportunity programs. We are presenting this report and summary breaking down between unrestricted general fund and combined. In your package, you have it as unrestricted, restricted, and combined. So now let's talk about our general expenses. Our projected expenses for the year includes $386.5 million, and that includes an indirect cost. Indirect cost is that we charge a little bit over 4% to categorical programs. It's like a reduction of the cost. It's important to know that 88% of our unrestricted general fund is related to salaries and benefits. Our people are our greatest investment. So within the general fund unrestricted, we have what we call the education protection account. This is actually, it was Proposition 30, because for us, remember, and we received $19 million based in the general fund, and with the charter fund is about $1.9 million. I pointed out a little bit different this time because I want to talk a little bit about charter funding, and so you will remember this number in the next slide. So you remember that $8.9 million. So each charter school receives every category, almost every category that the district has. They are self-funding, and education protection account is not different. This is funded based on the average daily attendance, and we have to keep track of each charter separate. We usually combine a charter fund, but this is a breakdown of each of the charter schools. We are required to report the Proposition 30 funding. That's why you always see it in our presentations. So within the general fund, there is some contributions from the unrestricted portion to the categorical portions, and that is $42.1 million. The largest portion is special education instruction. So we do get paid for special education from the state and the federal, but even with that, that's not enough to cover the cost. So the general fund unrestricted contributes over $30 million for 25-26. So it's a lot of numbers in here. I want us to focus on the beginning number. Oh, can you see my highlight? It's hard to see. On the unrestricted portion, we started with $62.5 million. So that after we closed the books, that was the starting point. Right now, we projected to end there with $56.8 million, the bottom number. So we still, and I want to be very clear, we still in a deficit of spending about $5.8 million in the unrestricted portion. And when we do that as combined, we started the year with $106.8 million, and we have a deficit spending of $29.3. We end at ending balance with $77.5 million. So that is our projected funding balance for 25-26. I want to point it out. I want to mention that during different parts of the presentation, we still have not settled with our bargaining partners, and that is not included in these projections. So the $70.5 million that you hear, so you will see here, that's how it's allocated. So in the legally restricted, I want to point out that bigger numbers is $20.7 million. We had a deficit spending for the future years of $32 million. And for the economic uncertainties, the economic uncertainty is $11.6 million. You will compare this graph to the first syndrome. You will notice two different line items in here. And one is the technology equipment for $750,000. $750,000, and the transportation equipment. Our Chromebooks, our technology past the expectancy life. We bought it in 2020, 2021. We covered one funds. We no longer have those funds. This is not enough, but we want to acknowledge that we have the need, and that's the money we're putting aside at this point in time. We have to work with we missed one of the things in the replacement plan about our technology. We cannot do it all at once. So just want to acknowledge that. And the other part is these 750,000 are what we call the board approved transportation buses, but are what we call the Y fleet for transporting like vans for special education or even the maintenance. All of the we don't have vehicles that are reliable. We spend actually quite a little money in transporting, especially students in contractors. So we want to bring that in-house to have a better control how we manage the cost. So that's our fund balance breakdown. And compared to our first interim, we were projecting our first interim is $12.1 million deficit, and that was as of October. And right now we're projecting it $5.8 million. So this is good news. Our deficit spending went down. And you say, like, why is that? In the next slide, there's two main reasons. We are the local control funding formula. Once we know the final enrollment for the unduplicated count and our average daily attendance, when we get funded an average of 3 years, we generate an additional $2.6 million. And there is an additional like $2 million on vacancies. We are in the middle of March. We know that at this point in time, most likely we will not be able to hire some of those vacancy positions. There's other items in there, but those are the two major points. So to this point, we have talked about general fund. Now we talk about other funds. I want to point it out that the main thing is that we are projected to have finished a positive fund balance in all of our funds. We discussed general fund. Within the special revenue funds, included in those are the charter fund, child development, nutrition services, adult education. They are included in that. And so within that, we estimated to finish with $17.4 million. Those are the specific programs that we cannot touch, only for those purposes. Capital projects, that's our biggest change. That is the capital facilities bond and the bond fund, bond 21. We started with $13 million. We expect to finish with 73. Remember, we sold $80 million in bonds, and that is included on this line. And the debt service fund is just how we manage the debt service that we pay for our taxpayers, paying the bond. The proprietary funds and the fiduciary funds fiduciary fund we have for scholarships for the students. So that's the money that we have. The money we have to maintain, you notice, doesn't really change anymore that much because it's there to generate an interest to continue paying the scholarships, and those continue year after year. So within the assumptions for the following 2 years, we went to the January governor's budget and to the county with a lot of workshops, and we still included the main points in here. The COLA for the following 2 years is 2.41% and 3.06%. That's what the cost of living, and that, assuming that our ADA and enrollment will be the same. However, unfortunately, we still projected declining enrollment. We still project declining enrollment for the following 2 years, and the consequence ADA as well. We will see a report coming up about why is that happening. And in our expenditures, our greatest cost is our projected increase of health and welfare, estimated to be at 10%, and our step and color increase for certificates is 1.1%. So we are required to talk about this year and the following 2 years. On average, we try to still maintain 6%, about 6% fund balance. That is just that required is 3%, but the 6% is not even enough when you have deficit spending. So I want to point it out that we have a deficit spending projected in this year in 27, 28, but due to the hard decisions that you make and the delay of notice, we actually projected a surplus for 26, 27 at this point in time, but we still have not settled with our bargaining partners. Our financial projection is what is included in the budget, or what is not included is sometimes is as important. There's the propositions of one-time fund from the state are not included yet. However, the settlements with our bargaining partners are not either. Well, what is the verdict? Based on the hard decisions and our first interim in conversations with the county, we are certifying that we are in a positive certification, meaning that we are able to meet our obligations for this year and the following 2 years. And I thank you for making this tough choices to get to this point. We do not want to be qualified or negative. So it's up to us to see where we stay. We want to stay on the green line. As you can see, just from the first interim to the second interim, decisions is really easy to move from one to another when you have a decline in enrollment and continue increasing costs. And so there is well, the next steps is we will come back and we will have to do a third interim. And in May, that's something new because we were qualified during the first interim. The counties required us to do that. And we will, in early June, we will present the 2006-2007 budget. There's a lot of uncertainties, that we have. Still, like the special education expenditures is a big increase for us in our employee negotiations. We want to thank our bargaining partners. We continue to communicate with them. We're still discussing, and we appreciate that. And at this point in time, I'm available for any questions after the public comments. So that was kind of like trying to conclude and go.
Thank you. So do we have any public speakers on this item?
We do. We have 3. Brandon Denise, Roddy Kirkman, and Bill Beecher.
Good evening again. Surprise, we're at a qualified budget now. You all knew approving that CERP, putting that forward, that was going to be a cost savings to this district. And yet you still approved over 80 layoffs, unnecessary layoffs. We are going to need those people back. And yet we just put them through a lot of hell. And many of them may not want to stay in this district. I have mentioned this up at this podium before, but over the past 5 years, the revenues in this district have been under budgeted by an average of $12 million. In average. In addition, in that CERT presentation, you saw just the savings alone with bringing 50% back of over $16 million. 16 million and an average of 12 million being under budgeted. Let me provide you some other numbers. Approximately $4 million would be the cost to reduce class sizes by 2 students. How much of a difference would that make to the membership here? It's approximately $1.2 million to provide a 1% increase to our bargaining unit. I would also like to point out that we have submit a demand to bargain over the impacts, which is our right as the representatives of PBFT. We have requested multiple times information that Kit has just shared with you all. The district has. They have done these analyses. They've looked at these positions. Y'all throw the word collaborate around a lot. Wouldn't it be nice to sit down and collaborate and look at that together? Lots of districts do that with their labor partners.
Oh, I wonder what Bill's going to say after me. But I want to also highlight like the exclusions of what's not in this presentation, because that's what leads to the under budgeting, and then we all of a sudden have more revenues. It's because like things like the SELPA base rate being increased. So we just heard that, well, SELPA expenditures are going to increase next year. Well, so are SELPA revenues. We're also going to have historic funding for per pupil spending. So what I feel like has been happening is we keep hearing the same, oh, we have a $15 million deficit, to justify like every possible cut under the sun. We can save $15 million if we do layoffs. We can save $16 million in the SERP. We can save $16 million if we cap your benefits. And it's like, well, now you've turned a $15 million deficit into a $30 million surplus. So we're wanting to see some accountability, because when the unaudited actuals come out, we're going to see that we are continuing to meet our state reserves for the next 3 years. That slide that showed the available reserves, add 3% to that, because they're just showing you what's available to be spent, knowing that we have to keep 3%. So I think year one showed 5.86%. That's really 8.86% what's in reserve. So I also want to help our members understand a little bit of like what a cap would do. A cap is a pay cut no matter how you slice it. The district is trying to propose a cap on your benefits that would only cover like the worst possible plan you can get, a high deductible HSA plan with a maximum out of pocket of $6,800. So if you change benefits plans, well, you're looking at $6,800 to spend if you go to the doctor and you need health care. So that's money coming out of your pocket, because the district might put it in for a year. What happens in year 2, year 3? So no matter how you slice it, it turns into a pay cut over time. If you want to stay on the plan that you're on, you're going to have to fork out $8 to $9 grand for that. So question these numbers, please.
Thank you.
Good evening. PVFT leadership is trying to save all these temporary jobs that were added with post-COVID-19 temporary funds. We added over 30% headcount. And if you looked before COVID, we didn't have any of those positions. And the only people that were complaining at the time were the nurses, which they should have, because we didn't have enough nurses. So let's look at some facts. CalSTR's rate has tripled over the last 12 years. Healthcare costs have doubled. You heard that earlier. And in the next 7 years, it'll double again. The health plan that they don't want to cap is a platinum plan defined by the insurance industry that only 3% of the Californians can afford because it's so good. Why can't we have a gold or a silver? This was proposed quite a few years ago by his predecessors, and Willie Hero even suggested a menu plan where incoming teachers could trade between having a very good health plan or a bronze plan and take the difference in higher salary. And they needed that, but they've blocked that. That's terrible. One of the things in total compensation, and they hate to talk about this, we've gone from 82% to 93%, and the administration has reported on that. It'll go to 100% over the next 10 years. That means wages and benefits will take all the money we've got unless we make some changes. And the changes have to come out of healthcare. But they're not willing to talk about that it's a platinum plan that they don't need, and for sure young teachers don't need, and young teachers would rather have a pay raise and a lower medical insurance because their risk factor is very low. Thank you.
No applause. Thank you.
Are there any board comments? Again, restricted to 3 minutes, including responses to any questions. I'm not, Olivia, did you have a comment?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll do it. Let me start my timer. Okay, I just wanted to make a comment about, we keep hearing about our consultants, and the majority of our consultants are covered through restricted funds, correct?
That is correct.
Yes. And our general fund, we are at about 90% goes to wages and benefits.
Yes, for the second one is 88% is to be exact.
Yes, so we're getting to a point where we need to get creative with our restricted funds, and if there's grants out there that's being offered, we need to go after them. And so I keep hearing, I was there when I first came onto the board. I was like, why is all this money going to these nonprofits and this? And I didn't understand until we got here. It's like, oh, it's grant money.
But then sometimes they have a limited time. They have like a beginning and then they. So.
Yes, and if there's resources out there that we can provide to our students using these restricted funds, then it would be irresponsible of us not to utilize those funds, in my opinion. And so that's...
Yeah, and I just told my team and my staff, and you will hear, we need to make every effort to spend the most restricted funds first. So that's a goal. So when you say like about being created, we are. But those grants have some restrictions. You are only for instance, like the ELOP, right? That's a great program, but we can now bring these funds and bring it for like classrooms. This certain time, certain programs. That's an example.
Okay. And my last comment doesn't really need a response, but just in the 3 years that I've been here, I've seen we've been deficit spending. And so to see, next year you're projecting a surplus. I take my financial responsibility with this budget very, very seriously. And I want to make sure that we have that reserve, the 3% that's required, but I push for the 6% because of how large our district is. So as long as we can meet that 3%, that 6% reserve, then I would say we spend every penny that we can. In that, that being said, if you're predicting a surplus next year, I hope then we can rescind a few more pink slips or, find other ways, because our students deserve that we spend, every dollar that comes in that way. So I don't want to see a surplus year, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So
understood. That is not our goal to increase just the reserve the fund balance just to increase it. It's just a matter we're obligated to maintain this year and the following 2 years. I do think between 6 and 10% is very reasonable. So thank you for the comment.
Thank you. Any others?
I have a comment.
Trustee Navarro?
So thank you for the presentation. I had the opportunity to be a fly on the wall in the benefits committee. And no shade on anybody, just like it's taking me almost 2 years to understand school finance. A lot of the people in that room did not understand healthcare finance on both sides. And what I know that I've reached out to Brandon about this and also Dr. Contreras. I think having more of these discussions about negotiations out in public instead of behind closed doors would actually benefit all people involved. And furthermore, I think it was trying to be explained but not really comprehended during the benefits committee meeting that by having these high, like Cadillac platinum plans that almost nobody uses these full benefits, the only person you're giving money to is the insurance companies.
Yes.
And we have like 40 different plans, and when humans are overwhelmed with choices, they're going to go for what they think is the best plan, i.e. most expensive plan. So I would like to see going forward some better work on both sides. And like I said, this isn't I'm not criticizing anybody, but I would like to see some better work on both sides of being very clear about, what is actually being kept. because when I'm listening to it, the district would be better off with a higher deductible plan, paying for the deductible than paying for this plan that has no deductible. So nobody else does this. This is like the only industry where people have health insurance like this. And this is why they were trying to explain during that meeting that the only person that's making money off of this is the insurance companies. So maybe getting somebody that's a little bit more knowledgeable about healthcare and healthcare finances in the room would be useful.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Carrasco?
I had my question was, do we have any data of how much benefits our employees actually use?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
So let me ask the question. You mean like when they go to the doctor and that?
Yeah.
I don't.
So
yeah,
that,
that's
like-
that. Yeah, I think that's part of the HIPAA, and then.
Oh.
So that one said is. So let me take that back. Now they understand.
Switch mics with your neighbors.
Yeah.
Just take this one. Take Daniel's.
Yeah. Now I apologize, Trustee Carrasco. Now that I understand your questions, so we don't know like what the members use. We don't know. We receive a report at the end of the year, like kind of like there was like a high cases and why when they like for instance, but like we don't know specifics. Yeah.
I asked because piggybacking on what you're saying, I have talked to a lot of teachers, but I realized a lot of teachers that I was speaking to were younger and didn't have kids, and a lot of them were like, if I can get an increase in my pay, I'd much rather go with that because I barely go to the doctor. Those were the conversations that I had. But then when I had conversations with like, people who had children, and that was a little different. So it would be interesting to see the data of how much of the benefits are actually used so that people could see it. Because I think people get scared when they think, oh, you're going to take my benefits and I have to pay. But if they're able to see how much they actually use and then how much they're actually going to need, I think a lot more people would be less scared to be like, well, actually, and then we have, and these are from conversations that I've had with teachers. We have teachers whose, person they're married to has full benefits, and they much rather get that pay than to have the benefits. But I don't think that conversation is.
Well, and that's what we want to have. The goal is to have the opportunity to have the conversation with our bargaining partners.
Yeah.
And that's what I have that, have a conversation. In our contract, it says we have to go through the health benefits committee first.
Okay.
But there's no, the health benefits, just one step. It was presented to give options, and we are willing to listen and to go, and we could go to experts who have this information, who are very knowledgeable and health. It's complicated. The health industry is complicated.
Yeah, and going back to Olivia's question, I had a lot of people asking me about the restricted funds, and I just want to reconfirm again. So I have also heard today during public comment, our outside contract consultants, is that in our restricted or unrestricted funds?
The majority, I forgot the percentage. The majority is on the restricted side.
In the restricted,
side,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because if you just think about it, 88% on the unrestricted is salaries and benefits. From there, we still have to cover the utilities, good supplies.
Right.
So that just leaves, we only leave like half 12% to cover everything else.
Right.
There's really not much money for that. The majority is in that restricted portion.
Yeah, and I asked you that question because, again, in my conversations about the budget with community members, there was a flyer that was passed out that said that we were spending this much money on outside consultants, but it wasn't explained with all the information. So I just wanted to check in because I know there's people who are listening who wanted that confirmation. So thank you.
Yeah, and in the SACS, well, that's our language, California School Economy, doesn't really hard because really you see like the SACS reports, it says contracts, and within that line includes all the utilities.
Yeah.
That is where it's confusing for people to know who doesn't work with that.
But thank you for that confirmation. 'Cause I will continue my conversation.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, they're limiting us to 3 minutes. So I'm probably going to ask yes or no, and if you can't answer with a yes or no, I'll just move on. But this first question isn't a yes or no one. So families hear that we have a positive certification and wonder why we are still talking about layoffs. In simple terms, what does positive really mean, and what does it not mean for the choices we can make?
So positive is a legal term, means that we are able to confirm that we are meeting an obligations for this year and the following 2 years. So we are looking not just at this year, but the following 2 years.
Got it. Okay, and then let me get to some yes or no questions. So yes or no, in each of the last 5 years, have our actual revenues ended higher than we originally budgeted?
At least.
Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer. I'm going to kind of take.
Okay, I'll take that as a no.
No, I cannot. No, the 5 years. What it is? Let me elaborate on that. You say 5 years, and I have not gone like 5 years history.
Back.
I did like back. I did like 2 years, and I could probably say yes because of the COVID-19. You know, the COVID-19 funds. And they were taking, and we were getting COVID-19 funds from the federal and then the state. So at that time, it's a timing issue. It really became a timing issue, like we had to spend. So COVID started in March 2020. I still remember that day when we had to close the schools. So since then, the federal and the government. So I probably say yes, because we received significant one-time funds, and that's why I will say yes.
Okay. Let me go to my next question. Yes or no? When you add the required 3% revenue, is our total revenue reserve above 6% in all 3 projected years?
Yeah, and the 3% is calculated actually in the total expenditures, not in the total revenue. So when you combine the total expenditures, you multiply by 3%. That's where the number is. So it's not calculated based on the revenues. It's calculated based on the projected expenditures.
Got it. And I know that you said that you didn't include the negotiations in here. More or less, what impact is that going to have? Do you foresee us having a deficit or a surplus based on what you guys are hearing right now between CCA and PBFT?
Yeah, we did not include it because they're still negotiating. So it depends where we settle. You know, 1% is equivalent to $2.5 million. So it depends where we settle, and that's where we will change. 1% is $2.5 million. So that's kind of how we are.
Yeah, and I'll wrap up my question. And the reason why I asked that is because I think it would be beneficial for you to even create those scenarios where we could see that, because that's something that I didn't see with this. What if they come and say, okay, they want 20, whatever amount it is, okay, so these numbers aren't really accurate. And then we're not even factoring in the grants that California legislatures are incorporating right now and bringing up the ADA.
Yeah.
So that is my concern. Is this really a positive certification if we're not factoring in these numbers?
So what we know is as of January, you know, what we have at that point in time. So it's as of January, and versus what we know right now, it is a positive certification. And mainly is because the board approved the $15 million layoffs back in December. So that's really what it changed that from qualified to positive. Sometimes when you bring the budget, like scenarios, like if we give a 2% or 3%, it could be interpreted like we are negotiating with the public. We have to follow per rules. So that's why we don't present that information in that way. So we are transparent and where we're working, and in your package included what 1% it is, how much within the criterion standards. If we give like a 1% or 2%, it's included in the package. So that's kind of like how the county reviews that, and they have criteria, so they review us all the same way. So they can tell us, do your package this way, so they could review all the districts in similar.
Yeah, and I just want you to have more flexibility when you're creating these scenarios, so we could truly project and see what these numbers are going to be, despite if we're in there or not. Just having 2%, 5% in there and saying, well, this is what it would look like between this range if this were to happen. So I think that's more useful for us than just saying, oh, we're still in negotiations, we don't know where we're going, and hopefully we stay on track with this certification. That doesn't give me reassurance.
Understood.
That's the end of your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the second interim?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the second one.
And is there a second? Second by Trustee Carrasco. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? And
I'm going to abstain.
okay, so that's 4102. Motion. Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
We have one more action item, and that is 9.5. Approve the appointment of a certificated teacher on provisional internship permit. Report by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Indeed, and this one should be quick. You've seen these before. We continue to actively recruit for special education teachers. It's an area where we continue to need candidates and continue to need candidates. And we've had a vacancy in Landmark for a significant amount of time. And fortunately, we found a candidate with the right university experience to fulfill, to go into what we call a STIP, a PIP. It's a temporary credential where they continue to complete their coursework. It allows us to put that teacher full-time into that position, thereby putting better support into that classroom. With that full-time teacher, there's coursework that this person will have to continue to do throughout the course of this year in order to clear that PIP credential. We hope that that's the case, but this, of course, puts that person in that classroom for a year. Once all the coursework is complete, we hopefully transition to a more permanent type of credential. I ask for your approval.
Mr. Webb, they're taking it aside. Are there any public speakers on this item?
There are none.
Do any board members have comments on this item?
No comments, but I'll make a motion to approve.
And is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That looks like 4 in favor.
4-0.
All right. That moves us to report and discussion items. 10.1, name. Resident student forecast. Report is by Cameron. Let's see, Arsenault?
Arsenal.
Arsenault? All right. MGT.
Yeah, so Cameron Arsenal from MGT is going to send this student forecast. So it's looking about our history and the future. They spend a lot of time doing this report. They specialize. This is what they do. So, okay. You want to control this?
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Cameron Arsenault. I'm a demographer with MGT. I've been with our company for about 3 to 4 years now. Right now, we're working with 85 school districts across the state of California and several more across the country. We've been in the area for over 3 decades. So just to kind of go over what we've been working on with your district, going through since of setting up the data, like going through the student files we've received and then processing them spatially with our GIS software. We research active residential developments that are going on in your district, making sure we're actually capturing any new students that might come from those. We took the student data, analyzed in a few different ways across the district-wide and across the different attendance areas. And then putting all that together, we developed resident forecasts by grade and by attendance area for your school district. So this is just kind of a outline of what our formula sort of looks like. Everything that you're seeing in here is exactly what we're putting in to our software to create your demographic forecast. The main core building block, the biggest one, as you can see up there, is your current and then 3 years of your historical student data. Using that along with historical birth data for your area, create birth factors to predict the size of your future kindergarten cohort. We develop mobility factors to kind of see what those cohorts are going to look like as they move through the grades. And then finally, using we create use student yield factors to kind of anticipate students that might come, how many students might come from different types of new residential developments. So again, the first process, we have a pretty extensive back and forth that we do with your student data team, making sure everything we're capturing is accurate, consistent to the reporting date, so that any trends are like accurate to the real life trends that you all are seeing within the past few years. Well, then we'll take that and we'll geocode that, which will like match like where their address is in Excel file to like where it actually resides on the map. And then using that, using your the kind of neighborhoods that make up your district, we'll break it up into for you guys 504 unique study areas of about 25 to 50, sometimes up to 20, 75, 100 students in each area. That allows us to kind of do unique analysis at that level, capturing like any neighborhoods that are seeing new developments, any unique trends. Those are captured at that level, and then kind of all the study areas are combined to create your forecasts. So this is an idea of where the densest pockets of your students are. You can see the main areas are right around Watsonville, along with a little bit around Aptos Hills in kind of the northwest. But then still scatterings kind of like all throughout, all of even the rural areas have pretty pockets here and there of students. So this is something we refer to as, we call it an attendance matrix. Just sort of analyzing, kind of comparing where your students reside geographically to where they're actually enrolled. So just kind of reading it across the top. In MST, we have 496 students in grades TK through 5 that reside within that school district's boundary. So from there, 335 students actually attend that school. Kind of reading it across, you can see you got 6 students, transferring to Ansoldo, 25 to Bradley, 14 to Calabrese, so on and so forth, and then 36 and then 23 respectively to those 2 schools that do not have their own attendance boundaries. They're only taking in students that are transferring in. So reading the column down, in addition to the 335 students that reside in, several students are transferring in to attend MSD. You can see what that count is for each of the other schools in your district. So that adds up to 401 total resident students, and then additional 2 students that are transferring in from other school districts. For a total of 403 students enrolled in MSD at the snapshot date of October 1st of last year. This is another thing that you find, just kind of looking at what those student numbers are in terms of the capacities for each school that we've been provided by your district. So MSD has, for example, a capacity of 738 students. Looking at just residents, if only the 496 students that reside in that school's area hypothetically went there, it would have a capacity utilization of 67%. Comparatively, but looking at the enrollment of 403 students, that's about a utilization of 54%. And then you can kind of see the next row, so how many students are transferring in, transferring out, and then kind of giving an overall rate of what that looks like, a percent of each school student body. Just kind of for context, our facilities team that we work with kind of sets 85% utilization as kind of an ideal target, kind of gives you a good balance of flexibility and efficiency. So first going into the factors that we created to develop your forecast. The first one, birth factor. So that's looking at all of the births and all of the zip codes that kind of roughly overlap with Pajaro Valley. We have in the current year's kindergartners that would have been born in 2020, there was 1,351 children that were born. That's, as you can see, kind of looking at the chart, that's a pretty significant drop of back in 2015 of just under 1,700 students or children born. And that's been kind of very steadily, gradually dropping since then. And then looking at from 2020 on to 2024, the most recent year we have data, with an exception of 2022 where there's a bit of a jump. it kind of is projected to continue to decline. After that, we project it's going to stagnate a little bit. It could also continue to decline even further as well. The final columns that you can see on the right, that's just kind of comparing what those births in the roughly overlapping zip codes, what that translates to in terms of your resident kindergartners. So right now for 2020, we had 1,351 births. That translated to 961 resident kindergartners. So about a 71% capture rate for that. That's kind of been pretty, with the exception of 2017, that's been pretty consistent, hovering about right around 70% for the last few years. So that's going to kind of inform what we anticipate your future kindergarten cohorts are going to look like. So this is analysis that we do using Esri software to kind of get a rough idea of how many children there are at each grade level or age kind of throughout from TK all the way up to 12. Then get an estimated capture rate for each grade and then kind of each grade group, elementary, middle, and high. So just some key findings from that overall from elementary school. You're capturing about 77% of your students, but that's kind of driven down by lower capture rates of kindergartners, which kind of is typical for what we see. And that only kind of grows from there. So like pretty much once you get kids in your district, they're staying with your district. They like being students in PVUSD. They seem to have a good relationship with your teachers. Definitely don't have any problems with student retention or anything. Again, that continues all the way up through middle school, which has your highest capture rates of 80%. Then overall, those rates are really good. It's kind of overall a little bit higher than what we typically see in a lot of other California districts that we work with. And then that kind of jumps up a bit for freshman year and then kind of goes back down for the other high school grades for an average of about 76% capture. Again, pretty typical. We see there's typically a lot of movement there. Students transferring in from like they were in private schools or homeschooled for K, and then other students leaving after that grade for multiple different reasons. But one other thing that I do want to point out going back, it's going to be a little hard, the numbers are kind of small, but you can kind of see just in terms of the actual like children that reside in your district, as the grades go down, those numbers get smaller and smaller and smaller from like about 1,600 12th graders to right now about 1,200 kindergartners, 1,200 students in grades TK. That's going to kind of that kind of helps translate into these mobility factors that we have. So you can see overall there how that gets applied is if you have, for example, 100 kindergarten students that reside in the MSD area with the mobility factor of 0.98, again, developed using those 4 years of historical student data. That translates to an estimated 98 first grade students in the next school year that our forecast is going to estimate. This kind of tracks a lot of different things. Students moving in from move out, students moving in from private schools, shifts in housing patterns. So again, the overall trend is most grades are seeing a slight decrease, but if you look at the actual numbers, they're very small. There's no real like major shifts anywhere. It's really just like more families are like moving out than moving in. It's just less neighborhood turnover, which is pretty typical of what we see across the state. So the student yield factors, again, because we had a relatively small sample size for your district of new homes, there really wasn't enough data to work with to create student yield factors. So what we actually used were the previous yields from the school facilities needs analysis from 2022. That generates a yield of 0.399 students. So how that works, that's going to translate to for every new 100 new homes that gets built in your district. That's going to translate to about 40 students that the forecast is going to estimate.
Yes, we need housing.
Yeah, so researching all of the active and planned developments that are happening, you've identified 9 different projects. We work with your district, with counties, to make sure we're capturing everything. So they're kind of scattered all about. There's some in the landmark tenants areas. One kind of a little bit further south in Hall, But adding those up, that's going to combine to 457 units that we're going to be including in throughout the 10-year forecast. All right, so getting into your actual forecast projections. So you can see right now, just for a benchmark in terms of students that reside within your district, which is the main thing we're forecasting, there's across all grades 14,222 resident students. We're projecting that is going to continue to decline progressively to about, in 2029, about 12,300 students, and then in 2032, about 11,400 students. You can kind of see this is kind of where we like to show where our where you can see those trends coming in, so that that kind of overall generally like lower mobility rate, that's going to translate to those cohorts getting gradually as they move through, like very gradually smaller and smaller and smaller. And then you can see any impact from housing. So some districts that we work with in areas that are seeing housing, those numbers all at once, they're seeing growth, but there's not really a ton of impacts from that. And then this last thing, if you look at the top row and then look at that going down, that's where you see the impacts from those gradually smaller, or at least consistent birth rates that are going to produce smaller cohorts than you've seen in the past. So whereas in the past you might have, in different elementary grades, you might have seen like 900 up to 1,000 students across your district. It's more like 800, in some cases 700. So this is adding back in all of the students that were not included in the forecast, the students that are transferring in from outside of your district. 395 resident students, and then charter students that were not included in the forecast. That brings total up to 15,690 students that are enrolled currently, projecting that to again decline about 500-ish students per year over the next 5 to 7 years. And again, that's mostly just a continuation of the trends that you've already been seeing, to about 2032 around 12,600 students. This is just kind of the overall summary of that. And then looking at it broken up by elementary students. Again, right now you're looking at 7,000 students. That's gonna it's gonna stabilize kind of towards the end at around just above 6,000 resident elementary students. Middle school grades, again, that's gonna decline as well from about 3,500 students to just about 2,500 students. And then 9-12, similar patterns, about 5,000 students right now, going to under 4,000, 2032. So just some main key takeaways. So like I've been saying, Pajaro Valley enrollment is projected to decline over the next 7 years from 15,690 students in 2025 to just 12,600. That's a loss of about 20% or over 3,000 students. The decline affects all grade levels, reflects a structural demographic shift driven by those lower birth rates, limited housing growth that we're seeing right now, aging households, rising costs. Again, none of the data that we're seeing, everything that we're looking at, is indicating there will be a rebound from this within our planning window. I mean, there's a number of different factors that can change, which is based on what this is what. Again, capture rate analysis shows strong overall retention, average of 77 grade levels. This highest at the middle school level, and then a little bit lower at elementary and high school, but they're all pretty similar, right around 77-80%. And then it's stable from kindergarten through 8th, showing strong K-8 pipeline. Again, there were no really dramatic shifts within those grades at all. And then a little bit of attrition in grades 11 through 12. But then you are getting some students that are transferring in from outside your district at the high school level to help offset some of those enrollment losses and show that there are a lot of students in the area that are wanting to transfer in, wanting to attend PPUSD schools. All right. For the presentation, I'll turn it over to questions. Yeah.
All right.
Do we have any public comments?
We do. We have Takashi Mizuno and Bill Elford.
Can I start? Good evening. Again, it's already 9:42, my bedtime. And anyway, I said several times in the board meetings for the past couple of years, I have researched American Indian families, farmer worker families who immigrated to Pajaro Valley since 1840s. And I have learned a lot about those people. And I was listening to the presentation. I just wondered whether he studied history and the people of Pajaro Valley, especially American Indians, indigenous people, and the Japanese, Filipinos, Hispanics. I wondered about that. Yeah, and anyway, I was reading this description, and I was very interested in one sentence. I'll quote, "The district attracts non-resident transfer students primarily at the high school level." This is very interesting. When I read this part, I instantly related this part to one of the presentations about ethnic studies presented by one of the ethnic studies of PB High. And he said that ethnic studies program PBUSD is the best in this area, probably in California, probably better than community colleges. So I hope you'd advocate for ethnic studies of PBUSD to attract high school students, even from SEBA. I have advocated for the structure of SEBA. So they have 500 students. And I'm not sure whether they have good ethnic studies program at SEBA. And PBS has super good quality ethnic studies. Oh, 2 minutes. What?
I'm going to go visit there soon, so I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Takashi. Al?
Lyle Fort, father of a PBUSD student, wearer of a green shirt like Trustee Medina, here for the green shirt 2 days after, 1 day after.
1 day after.
1 day after. Thank you for the excellent presentation. That was really informative. What I really liked about those graphs is that very clearly displayed what assumptions forward. And these assumptions, I think, are important. So the birth rate, there's nothing we can really do about it. But this continuous projected drop of 3,000, like best case scenario. And what worries me is, it is relying on things like students coming in, wanting to come in from other districts, relying on a high retention rate of students within the district. And even with all that, we're going to lose 1,000 students. So what worries me is, or what I'm hoping you guys will do is, rather than concentrate on flashing, which I think will exacerbate the issues of people not wanting to come to the district or fleeing the district or whatever else, and try to shift as much as you can towards revenue generation. And Mr. Castillo has talked to me a couple times about a parcel tax idea, which I think is an excellent idea. And one thing he said that I just really hit me in his presentation just before this is the teachers are the central key of our district. Not just the teachers, all the personnel. They're what attract the people to come to the district. So I'm just hoping that you're all thinking about how do we keep attracting people to come to the district, because we need to attract more and more people and get butts in the seats. So I'm going to leave you with one thought: more cuts, fewer butts. Let's go.
Thank you. That was all. Are there any comments from board members? Trustee Medina?
Oh, man. Why are millennials having kids? I know. I'm a part of that group. I don't want kids. I can't afford it, right? Just sadly, we can't afford it. It's too much. We prioritize our education. You know, a few of us live a little late, you know, and this is something that I've been thinking about. When we project, I know there's some things that may happen during that time period. For example, somebody may schedule a draft for a lot of our young men, and they're going to come back, and then we're going to have a baby boom again, right? Which would be insane. But because of affordability, that's really tough. So I know one thing that I'm hoping that we could do as a district is kind of to your point about having specializations at each school. What attracted me to Watsonville High School, they had a video academy. What attracted me to Pajaro Valley High School, they had a great band that was going around and entering competitions. And when parents hear that we don't have services that their students may need, and they're hearing that we're cutting BTs, TAs, support in the classroom, they're going to go seek those other places. So I'm hoping that what we could do is just really sit down, look at the market, look at what jobs are going to be taken over by AI, and then start creating vocational programs where our students could actually get into high-paying jobs by the time that they're done graduating. And we focus too much on four-year education. And I don't see a whole lot of students wanting to even do that nowadays. They want to get money because it's hard to survive right now. So that's all I wanted to say. You know, hopefully we have a big baby boom, and on behalf of all millennials,
You do it.
sorry. Gen X, it's your turn.
Trustee Carrasco.
Thank you for the presentation. I have been telling people, you know, we haven't been getting, you know, as many kindergarteners, and my kindergartner is in that 2020. So the conversations of the budget going back to our class sizes are getting smaller with our younger kids. And what going back to you, Trustee Medina, what attracts students to our district? Some of the conversations that I've been having is our expanded learning program. I know that a lot of kids in Saba and Linscott and all the, what's the other one, Watsonville Prep, every time they see our summer camp, after school, spring break programs, that attract to our school through those programs. I want us to revisit our art programs within this district, because a lot of us have been working for years to provide opportunities for adults. But if we don't have kids practicing art skills at a very young age, when they become adults, it's something that either they won't do or it takes them longer. So I really want us to invest in the arts, because I do think that that will attract students to our district. Our CTE classes, that also attracts students to our district. Sports, as you saw, we had 4 teams here, which is one of, you know, on our conversations, I really wanted to have 4 of the 4 teams here so that people can see the positive things happening in our school district, which are happening, but unfortunately we focus on other things. So my goal is to really focus on the positives. So sports is one, and school clubs as well. I know that Watsonville High also has a program where they have their own farm. And then they go to the fair, and then they, you know, and there's specific kids coming from all over just to do that program, you know. Yes, FFA. So I just want to add to that we do have a lot of good things, and we just have to enrich them and support them. So the arts, expanded learning, CTE, sports, and school. And also our teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Oh, really quick question. Really quick. So for the schools that are TK through 6, how are enrollment utilization rates being adjusted in that data? I see TK through 5.
If there are TK through 6 schools, then yeah, we should be, because we're looking at the total number of students that are enrolled in those schools, so that utilization number should be back.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Trustee Fuller?
Timer, I'll make sure my timer's. Okay, so your graphs, is this 7? Can you go back to 7? So do you have the charter schools on here, like Alianza and WCSA? Are they
Yes,
on
they're
there?
over here. Those are the two ones on the far.
Oh, I
right.
see,
Yes.
okay. So like you were mentioning, at the high school level, we do get a little bit of an increase. Is it because those children now usually come into our comprehensive high school? Is it the charter schools particularly, or are you already counting those numbers?
Those are already counted in
They're
the
already,
totals, yeah. That might cause a shift in, like, because I think we weren't including those students in the in the resident students, but they were addressed in the total.
Okay, and can you go to slide 11? It didn't say 11, but I saw 12, so maybe go back. So, okay, I think, yes, it's this one. So it says here down at the bottom, there are 19,719 students, TK through 12 in Watsonville right now, correct? Or in our district boundaries?
Yes, 19,000 children.
And we're only getting 15 of us. So that there's 4,000 right there that we've lost. You don't really say where they've gone, but we assume private schools or not. Okay.
Yeah,
So
schools
that's
could be
where,
mixed in,
where Trustee Carrasco is saying, those are the students we need to start attracting. That's 4,000 students. So, we have some work to do. So that was interesting to see.
I would say that is still like a normal, like, that's not really anything concerned about. That's a pretty standard level. Like, you're always going to have some students that, like, no matter what the district are going to opt to choose, like, private schools.
Mm-hmm. But the only charter schools that you accounted for, was it WCSA and Alianza? Those are the only two, not Diamond Tech, not Lynn Scott.
If they're not,
okay.
We are dependent.
Well, when we first started this discussion of the declining enrollment in 22, 23, we were told it was going to be a 10-year, issue that we were going to have. Huh?
And it would stop after 10 years?
The birth rates are going up now, so it's gonna slowly, start rising, but it's not gonna get back to 18,000, But yes, so I was happy to see, not happy, but it followed what we learned, 3 years ago. Thank you.
Good. All right, this is an informational item only, so there's no vote to be taken. So we will move on to, let's see, we're at just about 10 o'clock. Does anybody want to contemplate an extension?
I'll make a motion to extend to midnight.
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Looks like 5. Thank you. 10.2, Sustainable Schools Advisory Report. The report will be given by Gerardo Castillo, CPA, Chief Business Officer. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Turley, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and the Pajaro Valley community. Tonight, we are discussing a vital roadmap for our district futures, the Sustainable School Advisory, or SSA. This is a formal discussion intended to align our resources with our student needs. The goal is to be transparent about the why, the how, and the when of the district-wide planning purposes. Let's start with the why. Our district needs a process that is district-wide and, most importantly, community-informed. We need to align our 4 critical pillars: enrollment, we discussed previously, facilities, grade configurations, and school programs. The ultimate goal is simple but profound, ensuring that every student has equitable access to high-quality opportunities. The SSA will review everything from transportation to finance to deliver recommendations by November 2026 for the 2027 school year. Why launch SSA now? Why now? Because long-running planning cannot wait. If we want to protect educational opportunities like we were discussing, while you're addressing enrollment changes, this isn't just about spreadsheets, it's about sustainable use of district resources. The SSA creates a transparent forum where the community input evaluates our options for the future. There's 6 board discussion topics that we're looking for direction and engagement tonight. The 6 areas are the purpose and the scope of the work, the membership structure, specifically the 19 target boarding seats, ensuring the representation from all 7 trusted areas, the recruitment process with roster deadline by April 10, our weekly meeting calendars, and finally confirming the final recommendations by November 18, 2026. What will the board actually receive in November? We promise a comprehensive final report with data, math, scenarios, evaluations. You will see 2 to 3 options, a preferred recommendation, a clear rationale. Importantly, in this includes the optimal program model, we call it OPM, for every school site and a clear roadmap for implementation. What happened? That one right there. So I recommend the advisory composition. Representation matters. We are proposing a 19-member boarding body. This includes 4 teachers, 3 classified employees, 3 parents, 3 representatives from landowners or renters. We are also including business leaders, administrators, and land use experts. This group will be supported by district staff and consultants across all departments from HR, special education, facilities, business. We want to emphasize the optimal program model. This ensures that any scenario we consider is not just a balanced capacity, it's strengthening the program model at every school. I'm gonna repeat that again. This ensures that every scenario we consider is not just about balancing capacity, it's about strengthening the program model at every school. We will evaluate alignment based on equity, student belonging, operation feasibility, like transportation and schedules. Our timeline is tight, but intentionally. Follow tonight's discussions, we will finalize our rosters by April 10 and hold our first meeting by April 14. Expect progress updates in June and a short list of scenarios by August. The final vote by the SA happens on October 27, leading to a final presentation to you on the November 18 board meeting. The board is divided in 4 phases. Phase 1 is our baseline and framework. Phase 2 focus scenario on the design and launching our community survey. Phase 3 is about refinement through community feedback. And phase 4 is a handoff for our board adoption and implementation. The next steps. To move forward, we need to affirm the SSA purpose, membership, and calendar tonight. The crew members will launch the SS webpage by April 10. Then we will begin the cycle to keep the board informed every step of the way. At this time, Mr. Berman, by the way, today is his 50th birthday. I know he looks like today. Yeah. I told him I will embarrass him. So we are open to any questions for the board. And you also have this project detail, this presentation is included in your package. And I also want to thank our cabinet for all the work we get to this point through a lot of work. We have some work communications. We feel very confident that we could accomplish this with your trust once we create the committee. The committee needs a decision. You will notice that I'm not included in part of the committee, but I promise I will be in every board meeting, in every meeting to support them.
Thank you.
You're a Pisces, Berman? Water sign. I like Pisces. I like Pisces. Got the air sign of the water.
Do you want to put
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
We do. And happy
just
birthday,
lost a
Mr. Berman. Okay, so we have 4. We have Brandon Denise, Laura Azaro, Chris Webb, and Mads Romuto. Do we?
Jessica's in the room. She just went to the corners.
You want to take a break?
Okay, I think this is a good plan here. I'm glad. I feel like this should have probably come before the layoffs. That would make more sense to me. Also, I think like as we do this, like our number one goal should be to how are we going to improve student outcomes at each site, and like a part of that I think is like I like that there is a survey component in this. I know that I received some pushback on the survey idea before. I just want to say, yeah, I know that sometimes. I taught at Renaissance for a decade. I know very well that sometimes people have wrong impressions. I've even had to fight my own district leadership on that before. So I'm very aware, but I think we have capable people who can suss out what's a real concern and what's someone just talking trash. So I think like with that and sussing things out, partly when it comes to selection of the committee, I think it should be a partnership. I think that the superintendent in conjunction with the PVFT and CSEA should be leading that. And this is like, there's already been certain, because of who's getting raises and the like, certain concerns have already come about other things. So this would be a way to mitigate some of that, is if you were collaborative in that way. Also, I think that we should be surveying sites and figuring out, like, from you as a site, what do you guys think you would need to be like your best site possible? Because it might come out that some things are like too expensive and like maybe we need to make certain strategic decisions. Also, I think another part of this should be about revenue generating. And like that was something that like a ball that was kind of dropped from the sustainable budget team, and we should pick that ball up. Also, like how can community schools grants be used to strengthen our schools? That should be a part of this. Also, vertical alignment. Like, Trustee Crosco just talked about art. Like for me, as a parent, I want that. I would consider moving my kids here, especially because their school might be closed next week. So, or like I'm already dealing with this on one side. So sell me on it. And I want two-way bilingual immersion and vertical alignment.
Thank you.
Good evening. Laura Azaro here from the elementary school. I read over a lot of this last night, and it sounds really wonderful. I have to admit, I'm feeling unsure about the transparency that's going to happen because of what's been going on since the beginning of this school year. Ms. Contreras, you write your big flowery letters to the editor and the Sentinel and the Pajaronian, and you send us your Friday messages about how we're together, we're going to create whole child, whole school, how we're all collaborating on outcomes. But that's been premature, because when I see district people walking through my school site, checking out all the classrooms to see which ones need to be closed and which ones can stay open, and we didn't get much notice about that, it doesn't feel transparent. When I see our principals getting called to a last-minute meeting last Friday and told that they're getting caps on their benefits, that doesn't feel sustaining and whole district cooperation. When I see none of you showing up at our schools. I know you're busy, but I like the idea of the Sustainable Schools Advisory. I really do. I think we're going to need more teachers, though, on the voting. Only one elementary school teacher to vote. I think we're going to need maybe one per zone. And the projections about schools and the populations, yes, there are schools that have empty classrooms, but HA High does not have one empty classroom. But if you just look at the stats, it looks like we're understaffed, or we can get 680 kids in there. But one of the rooms is a music room. You can't fit 30 kids in there with instruments. I need to have reassurance that you're going to come to our schools and actually see what we have there before you look at the stats and just go on a two-dimensional.
Thank you.
You're HA High?
No.
What's HA High? You haven't? No wonder.
I have, I just haven't seen her.
All right. Thank you guys for getting this on the agenda. It's been a long time coming. I read through the materials, and I think you've structured this really well. I just wanted to make a couple recommendations, and I sent this to a couple of you in advance. You're suggesting 19 voting members of the committee. It's pretty well rounded, but you've got 15% of your students in special education, not one voting member representing special education. So I hope that as you think about those 19 people, you make sure that that's accounted for within those 19. I don't know that you want a much larger group. There's a little bit of transition planning in there. There needs to be a lot more. We can't wait for transition planning until you approve this in November. We need to think about that. And so I hope that we can build in a little bit more transition planning. I know you've got a lot on there, but I don't think one of your work streams was transition planning, and you should have a transition.
So one.
And then, sorry, very quickly, shout out, I know this is unrelated, but shout out to Jen Bruno and Heather Gorman for all the work that they've been doing for inclusiveness in expanded learning, and I just didn't get to say that earlier. So thank you, really.
Oh, man. I thought I heard my name. I wasn't tardy this time or anything. I had comments prepared for one item tonight, but not the other four I signed up to speak for. I just wanted to speak on this one to acknowledge just like the fear that's in people's hearts of like, oh man, I'm going to lose my school and my neighborhood school. And these are going to be really difficult decisions to make. I have consulted with some presidents who have gone through this before to see, you know, what their local went through. And I will be serving on the committee. For my new metal fans out there, the band Korn has this song called No Place to Hide. And I put that one on sometimes just to like, but to me, it's like, yeah, there's no place to hide. Sometimes things happen and you have to be a part of it. There's nowhere for you to go. You have to face it head on. And that's where we're at. I've made comments from this podium before where I've said we need to take a measured approach and we need to be looking into closing schools. And now I'm looking and it's like, oh, well, we're here. It's time. And I'm going to be in that position where I have members from one school being like, oh, no, don't close my school, close this one. And it's going to be a really difficult place to be. And there's going to be no place to hide. But we have to make decisions. So I want us to learn from the sustainable budget team. And one thing that people have said is, you know, they put in a lot of input and then the menu that was provided didn't reflect their input. So let's make sure that our outcomes reflect kind of the journey to get there. And let's all do our best to engage in this with clear eyes, objective, have criteria that we come up with together, because this is going to be challenging, but it's something that we are all in together. So let's remember that.
Thank you. Are there board members who have comments? Trustee Medina?
I say we go old school. Let's have a gladiator stadium. All the trustees will fight for their schools, and may the best one win.
And across rules, you can declare a champion if you invite.
That's right. Yeah. You could have a substitute in for you if you want. That's cool.
No ringers, no ringers. Okay, we're leaving this meeting.
I think this is great. I love that we're starting this process. It is going to be tough. I know I'm having conversations with my community already, especially since we're in this pesticidal area that is completely damaging our health in this space. So I know we're having that conversation now because it's something that may need to happen, and it's looking like it is. So I'm glad that we're doing that. In terms of the 19 people that are going to be assigned to this, how is that process going to work? Because the one thing that I do not want, and I'm going to be very frank about this, is a majority of Aptos compared to the rest of Watsonville and Las Lomas.
Yeah. When we get to the point, we got to the 19th, we thought that was like the representative of the whole community. And you hear me in the presentation saying it will be, every area will be represented, and the goal is to be equally, right? Like, first we have a pennant from each area. And so we just thought that when the team 19, they still can work together, it becomes larger than that, then the dynamics of the team, you can lose some, it just became too large. So that was kind of like, that's why we got to the 19 for the school district. But the goal is that every area will be represented in the 19. That's the number one criteria. And so we have already asking rate is ready to go, and then we will depends. They will mark, what area what you want to do. You want more than one, then we will do that, and we want to do the selection transparent. We just don't know how many members will, but that's where probably we'll need your input, your help to get us recruit those members.
And for sustainable budget team, were board members allowed to attend that? No. And our board members are allowed to attend this? No.
You can't be a member. You could attend, but not as a participant. You would just,
like more of an advisory role without voting, right?
Not even advisory.
Not even advisory?
Yeah.
We are going to televise these meetings. We're going to record them. And so that's when I'm going to be there, and the public could watch how to work. But you will notice that not even the administration, we are support for them. It's part of the community. We want to provide them everything that they need to make that decision. So we need people who are really committed to be in each area.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking about the sustainable budget team, right? Because they tried enforcing or tried collecting certain information and it wasn't delivered to them. They felt like they were kind of undermined in that process. So I want to make sure we're avoiding that and not having the district office be like, have you thought about Hall Elementary School? Like maybe we should go. No, I don't want that kind of crap going on. So I want to make sure that the community is driving it. So
thank you.
Thanks.
So we will be live streaming and then recording, just like sustainable budget team. All the meetings are recorded and posted, so you could go back and watch them. And then all the materials that are used for this will also be posted, so everybody follow along. People will be welcome to attend the meetings. Just the only participants will be the 19 or maybe 20 people, since we will add a special education representative. Additionally, the people will be able to apply to, like Mr. Castillo was saying, I'm applying to be the business member or the community member. So anyone can apply. We'll go through an application process. If we have more than one person apply to different positions, we will do a random televised drawing so that everyone ensures transparency, which is what we did with the sustainable budget. So that everyone knows we're not trying to pack the committee. We want to have fair and equal representation, and that anyone who wants to be on has an equal opportunity to be on the committee.
And is there going to be opportunities for board members, if we are watching it and we want to have a discussion about the group in terms of, hey, we're watching this online, we're noticing that it feels like it's getting steered in this direction. So I think we need a course correction to bring us back to the vision of the board. So I want to know what accountability is being placed on this group as well.
Yeah. within that's what we select, 19 and 8. So we want the community to make their decisions. We want to provide the information. We want to, from the board, and I think it's for the benefit and is to be the less involved in that environment is the best that you can do. Like sometimes it happens like that. Let the community do that, the moving around that. That's why we're representing the whole 7 board members.
Thank you.
Trustee Carrasco?
So thank you for putting this together. I just wanted to go on record. I know that community has been asking for this, and this was one of the many things that we are doing with the situation that we are in. And I just want to say that out loud so that those who are listening understand that this is one of the many things that we're doing to address the budget. And Brandon, don't get scared. You requested it, don't get scared. And this is what I said at the beginning, because closing schools is very scary and it's very hard. But I heard it from so many people from public opinion. So what I'm asking the community right now is understand that this is going to be very difficult. Please be patient with everyone here, not just us. I don't care what you tell me, but our staff, right? Because this is going to be really difficult and none of us want to do this, right? But we're starting the process that all of us are requesting to do because of the situation that we're in. So please be patient in this process because feelings will get hurt, and it's going to be very tough. I don't want to do it, but I understand that I have to do it. And I hate that, but we are here. We're here doing tough decisions and, be patient with us. Thank you.
Like you're a yes, I'm gladiator. Right?
Yeah. Trustee Navarro?
So I want to say thank you to you, Carol, and also to all of you for getting this on the agenda. I know that this has been something that's been brewing in the community for a while. There is a whole guideline package on the CSBA website if anybody's interested on how this actually happens and what the steps are involved. San Jose, they did it really quickly. Did they do it right? Who knows? But I'm hoping that we can work together with our community to do it better. A lot of our schools are underutilized, and the majority of us, when we got together to discuss this, forget where that was, maybe the words, was that we wanted to make sure that we had our resources concentrated instead of spread out where we have them, because it takes a lot of administrators and teachers to run each individual site, and right now we're spread too thin, and so we're not doing a good job for the majority of our students. And if we can concentrate those efforts and reduce the number of people at each site, we'll be able to provide more opportunities to our students, and we'll have more assistant principals, we'll have more resources concentrated in those individual areas. So this is really important work, and I really hope that we have good community involvement. One of my questions would be is how are we going to make sure that certain groups aren't overrepresented? For example, parents of all high school students making decisions on when they have kids that are going to be gone in 2 years. So how are we going to even that out so that not just certain areas are being represented, but certain groups of students, for example, special ed students?
Yeah, like the special ed students, we have the teachers, we would think about a special ed, like a special ed teacher, so that covers both, right, the teacher and the special ed. So I think what I'm hearing you is look about all the different programs and the different grades. It's probably something that we need to they discuss. There are different scenarios, but our main goal was that each area was represented. That was kind of the main objective.
It's a lot of pressure on one person to represent an entire area. Exactly. And so I think we just have to be really careful who we select, that the entire board is well diverse and representing all members and all aspects of our community.
I'm just going to say, one of our goals will be to make sure that not just every area, but also every program is represented, or as many as possible. So that demographic group, really, ideally, as was said earlier, representation matters. And so our hope is that based on applicants come in, we can actually say that multiple people there represent each of you and multiple programs. And like the example you're giving, yeah, we don't want just high school parents, right? We want every strata rep.
Trustee Flores, do you have comments?
I just had one more comment.
Your time's up.
Oh, cool.
Go ahead.
I would also like to see maybe some members on this committee that aren't necessarily reflected in every board meeting here, like to try to get more people from our community engaged in this whole experience.
That means we need to reach out to people and tell them to apply.
Can we nominate people, or once we get that link for application, is there a way for us to?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Reach
Okay.
out to
Well,
people in
that is our goal. Like on April 2nd, I'm gonna go to the Pajaro Middle School to the Mystico to offer this auction. So I have been here 5 months. I never seen, have over 500 students. I never seen one of them here. So we wanna approach that community. So yeah, we wanna represent the whole district.
And if I could just add to, like, having weekend sessions is going to be really helpful, especially for people in my area who tend to work till 9 p.m. sometimes. So I think factoring in having some sessions where people could access on the weekends as well, because the workday is incredibly straining. So I would, if we could consider that, I think that would be great.
I think that calendar was already posted, but Trustee Flores, did you have comments?
Thank you for bringing this forward. I know we've been anticipating it for a while. I have attended a few seminars strictly on school closures, and it scared me because it just really highlighted how difficult it is. And so I wasn't one of the trustees, jumping to get to this, but also something that I learned in those seminars is it's not as huge of a cost savings as you would expect. Because the majority of the costs is the personnel, and they will go with the student. We'll save in admin, except at this point we need more admin, and the only way to do that is by combining our schools. So I am looking forward to that part of the school closures, is being able to provide more resources to our students, like Trustee Navarro was saying, by having them more condensed. And so I think our students will reap the benefits of that. And I hope parents can keep that in mind when we are discussing this, because I know I've already heard, it's drop off and pickup is already horrendous. And that's just what 50% capacity, how horrible is it going to get if we max out a school? But the benefits will definitely outweigh that negative, because when a school is at a larger capacity, then there's more resources that spread through our students. And so, and we don't see that a lot here. I've seen it in other larger districts, and that was something that I learned in those seminars. And so it's definitely going to be a challenge. And like Trustee Carrasco was saying, please be patient with committee, with, our whole community that's going to have to make these very difficult decisions. But I think in the long run, it is going to be for the ultimate benefit of our students.
Thank you.
Trustee Turley?
Sorry, I have 57 more seconds. I forgot a couple things I want to say. I hope in this discussion, we will also be discussing alternatives, like doing TK through 6s and, or TK through 8s and, that type of stuff. So
that's part of the program.
Just a clarifying question. In this process too, will we talk about teacher housing as well within this group?
No, I think that's a different.
Is that going to be
different
separate?
thing. Yeah, I would imagine that being here.
And is there a timeline when we are going to be having that discussion? Because I see it go hand in hand. If we're going to close down a school, that could potentially be turned into a site where we could have teacher housing. If anybody wants to jump on that.
It's not included in this evaluation, and as we talk about this to me, but this is all. So, no, teaching housing is not included in this part of this process.
Could
Those
it be?
vacated sites could be a byproduct of it, and then that would be a future discussion.
Okay.
So my comments, I started talking about this when I was first running for election, and people kept telling me, stop talking about that. People won't vote for you. People hate this, but it's the right thing to do, so I kept talking about it. We need to look at this as an opportunity. We need to look at it as an opportunity to make our schools the best they can be and to reimagine what they can be. And I know change is scary, but if you can put it in a mind frame of making improvements for students, then I think we'll be more comforted. I'd also like to point out, my kids went to South Sepulvedes before it was turned into the 2 charter schools. And when they kicked us out of that school, I was pissed. And I went to meetings and I screamed at, well, I didn't scream because I don't scream, but I was mad, and I let it be known that I was mad. And then my kids were moved to Ann Soldo School, and you know what? They had really good teachers there too. And my kids thrived and learned, and once, I stopped being pissed, it was good. So those Band-Aids are painful, but there is light on the other side, and things will be okay.
I don't want to take your time, but I want to add on it. One of the things that we want to echo is that it is an opportunity. And if you look at our dual language programs, this is really a great opportunity to look at, as he was saying, our best practices and our best research. And really, and as you two were talking about, it's like refining what we have and consolidating our resources to improve our programming. And that is an exciting thing about it.
Can I say, I'm so sorry. So I was at Freedom? MSD, I think last year. One of the conversations was that they only had, since the classes keep getting smaller, they're not able to move kids around so that they can socialize with other kids because it's the same exact kids. So one of the things that we talked about was the possibility of school closures and how that would actually address, bring in different, like a different kinder class to be able to move them around and complete either dual language or English only classes,
right.
Opportunities.
And at MSD is a good example of, we have 2 strands. We have our dual language strand and we have our SEI-EO strand. And they're separate, but housed within the same school. And so what that does, not only do they stay separate, but there's also more combos that way, because you can't have a teacher who's a bilingual teacher and an SEI teacher have 4th graders. So now you have a 4-5 combo on both sides, right? This does give us an opportunity to really look at that and grow our opportunities for both of our programs. And if you look at Freedom is now becoming, and Ohlone as well, they're becoming 1-strand dual language immersion schools, right? And so they're not going to have that 2-strand problem.
I'll just say, if we close down one of my schools, Castillo, you're going to go tell the señoras, okay? I'm going to leave that to you, not me.
You're going to sell it.
You need to have kids.
Puedes hablar con Castillo.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we're ready to move on. This, again, is an informational item. The board isn't expected to take any action.
So we keep your notes and your comments, and it's being recorded, so we will review our process, and we will let you know where we. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, 10.3, presentation by aspiring hire regarding college and career study. Report by Michael Berman, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
All right, well, good evening again, President Turley, members of the board, and Dr. Contreras. Last year, we contracted with Chris Evans, an aspiring hire, as one of the many efforts to support our high schools. Other examples include California Ed Partners, GRIT, and AVID. This is a culminating report to help guide us through the next several years to support better student outcomes and opportunities. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Chris Evans.
Here's Chris. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Nice to see you all again. Appreciate allowing us. So we'll get right into it, because I know you've had a very long evening. So in 2022, the state released a series of one-time monies spread out over a couple of years to help increase the number of seniors graduating and completing the requirement for the University of California and the California State University. The leadership changes in 24-25 provided an opportunity with a little bit of the funding that was left to take a look at the three comprehensive high schools and not only look at the A through G, but we stretched a little bit and we looked into college opportunities as well. So I was told that more and more you guys are very interested in looking at data and outcomes. So we'll start with this. Our report, we spent time on and off between March of last year to June. And the basis of our report, it comes from the graduation policy change in 2019. And the first year for the graduating class with these new graduation requirements was 2023, as I'm sure a number of you know. That this year marks the 7th year where at least one cohort group of students has now worked through these new requirements. And I hate to call them new, but these recently approved graduation requirements. As you look at the data, you should recognize this as data that was presented to you January 14th. Congratulations on the 5% increase in the percentage of students being prepared. And this at the crux is what the grant came around for, is taking a look at A through G data. And you can see, looking at the numbers, that with the exception of the COVID dip and twice, once a rise with Aptos and in 2023, and then another rise for Pajaro Valley High School in 2024, that the line graph, the data has been relatively flat for the number of students graduating and completing the A through G requirements. In fact, we only went back to 18-19 because there was, I think it was the 17-18 year, there was a pretty catastrophic data collapse that said that it was about 3% of students completing that. It was a data error. And so, but if we actually went back, skipped that and went back another 5 to 6 years, you would see the same trends over around 7 years or 10 years or 10 years plus. So we wanted to, before we really dig into the information about your high schools, we wanted to just look at some big picture ideas from the state. So the Public Policy Institute of California literally came out with this data right when we were visiting. And what it came with a number of things, research that maybe not exactly mirrors, but very similarly mirrors what we've learned when we spent the 4 months in your district. So the first thing is freshman parents, about 71% share that they want their freshmen to matriculate all the way through graduate with a college bachelor degree. That changes over a 4-year period of time for a number of realities. And the number one reality is the cost of college. So 71% say, yes, we want that, and 69% say we have anxiety over that.
Sounds right.
And as a parent who had 3 go through college, that anxiety is most definitely real, especially when they go to private school. So this is, we're not going to spend too much time on this, but this report is phenomenal. We have some links if you want to look at it. You can see, for whatever reason, instead of out of 100, they decided to look at 1,000. When you look over time from freshman all the way through earning bachelor's degree, there's a lot of information that is extraordinarily important that shows that we still have tremendous gaps in California, in particular, the difference between low-income students and middle and high-income students, and not only how they matriculate through, how they attend college, and how they actually earn the college bachelor's degree. So as we were digging into this over our 4-month period of time, it was really important to us, because you said it was important to you, to hear as many voices as possible. So instead of doing just a whole list of all the people we engaged, we tried to put something together like this. But it gives you an idea for how in-depth we tried to reach out to different stakeholders. We had 1,604 student surveys, which we learned are extraordinarily unpopular in this community when it comes to surveys. But the kids came through and did 1,604. We met with 9 different student groups, 3 groups of students at each school. We looked at by analyzing transcripts, students that were not on track to meet the A through G requirements, those that were likely on, and those that were beyond basic eligibility and would be highly competitive for schools like UC Davis, UCLA, UC Santa Cruz. We had the opportunity to do 191 different staff surveys We also met with a number of staff members throughout, teachers, teacher groups. We met with management at the site, at the district. And when we tried to reach out with the parents, we had a hard time with surveys. So what we decided to do as an organization is we brought in 2 bilingual aides and just paid for it to do phone calls at each school and try to reach out and get that connection. And that helped. It was still difficult. A lot of people worked during the day, and we tried different times and the weekends, but we had bilingual aides, and that helped us get a different perspective that we thought was very important. And you'll actually see the results in a little bit where we divide what the students say and then what the adults say. And that was, when you pull it together, it's extraordinarily powerful. So we wanted to let you know that our team has diverse backgrounds and experience. I'm not going to read these for you, but I know you got this earlier, but you can see we went out and got a variety of different experts. This wasn't just Chris Evans who sat there and decided to share your opinions. This was a group of people who took a look at it, and over combined, there's 230 years of experience in public education, which means a nice group list of those are old, myself included. So what we do when we look at school districts is we look at these 7 areas. It's a combination of what research says, and it's a combination of practical implementation. Like, nothing's more important than the master schedule. It connects to what is it, 88% I heard tonight of your employees connected to that, and how you use that is extraordinarily important. We looked at all your academic programs. We looked at counseling. So these 7 areas, and then what we do after we pull it together is we sort them into more concrete groups. So there's just not 7. And this is exactly how we ended up sorting the key areas of focus for your school district. So we looked first at the mindsets and the beliefs. These were the things we learned, and we wanted to break this down for each school so you can see it. At Aptos, the students have high aspiration. They have very high cost anxiety about the cost of college, and they reported uneven supports. From the adults, the staff, and students, one of the things that they focused on was they felt there was mixed messaging about college and career and what's available out there. There's something we call assumption gaps. Adults often assume students understand the requirements, and many students reported that they didn't. That was a source of frustration at times because administration, counseling, teachers were able to share their efforts they put into place to try to educate students on A through G. When you have 9th graders, 10th graders, and that happens. And then the shared cost concern, both staff and adults, parents were nervous about the cost of college. You'll actually see, though, where that aligns later on in this report and where it actually, at one school site, is very different. So from PV High School, the students had high college aspiration when we spoke with them, both survey and in person. They were struggling to understand what the A through G really was and meant ultimately. And they reported limited counseling touch points. Then the adults spoke about under-supported identity. And these 4 things were really stark at this school. Feelings of being undervalued due to the lack of recognition or support for their backgrounds. Deficient narratives, implicit assumptions, where the students are focusing more, or adults are focusing more on students' barriers than their opportunities. Low family engagement was an issue that came up. And then misaligned systems. That was broad. There's some recommendations that will follow up later. And then at Watsonville, there was students reported they felt like they had multiple paths to be able to go to college. That cost is a significant driver for that. And they were very clear that community college, these are students saying that they thought that would be the best route for them because of the financial anxiety that they felt and the realities. Obviously, your focus on career focus groups at Watsonville showed up in a number of ways, in a number of positive ways. And then that the students said, this is almost their words, support matters. But they felt like that they felt more, that they had counseling touch points and some things, but that they wanted to report that there were still gaps. There were confusions and things they didn't understand. I remember one of the examples was the ability for them to transfer career pathways. And the confusion around that was often, and when a student decided as a sophomore, I wanted to go into this pathway, but I didn't know I could use it, or was there one or not? And they were very clear that they were learning it on the back end, and they felt like we should help them understand that on the front end. So from the adult's perspective at Watsonville, the expectation gap that many adults assume that students would prefer to work, do trades, or community college, but surprisingly 90% said that they wanted to go to college. Now, we notice that, especially when students are younger, those numbers tend to be very high, and then reality and or interest in careers, it tends to shrink. This one, there was a huge student engagement here at Watsonville, and that 90% held, it shrunk a little bit as you got older, but it held pretty strong. And so that was very interesting. Cost concern, universal concern. Graduation first mindset. A group of students said that, and sometimes it was them observing about their peers, that there is a graduation mindset at Watsonville. And so if there was a opportunity to change in culture there, and the staff agreed with that very much, and the adults overall. And that the staff and parents said that there is uneven information and outreach that sometimes existed. And so that was the adults reporting and sharing that. So trust me, I'm not going to read all this for you. I would not do that to you. And I want to also note that these recommendations, realistically, we're not thinking that you should do all of those. We wanted to give you a broad variety so that you can bring your team together and you can bring your engagement strategies and take a look at what the reality that you think is reasonable in the context of everything from what the students say, what the staff says, to what the budget realities are. I will take a little bit of time to say that, as I put my glasses on to read this while they're here, that there were 12 different recommendations, and that there are some of the examples that came up that you might want to consider, depending on budget and things. Implementing college and career exposure in elementary and middle school on a more regular systemic basis and tracking that. One of the things that came up that, honestly, from the adults, there was a little pushback from the students. Once we explained, they were saying something, and we said, oh, we call that a 4 to 7 year plan. So from like middle school to senior, a common form, a common process across the schools, so that students, there was a universal feeling that, oh, if that existed, we would probably understand this differently and better. When we looked at the examples, so one of the processes we did with all the engagement, we collected whatever evidence people gave us. We didn't want to be too annoying about it, but we were able to see that there was almost a different document on planning at every school. So when we look at the next bucket or body of work where the spotlight shows academic programs, master schedule design, and transcript analysis. And once again, we used kind of a similar model for each school, shifting the schools a little bit out of order to be fair. Starting with Watsonville, strengths that came from across the school. So this is students and adults, the large CTE footprint that you have. The signature pathways you have, the 3-year pathways that exist. The strong pathway completion, so 31.9% is pretty significant beyond the average, which we're going to get to it in a slide or two. So I think it's 15 to 21% about the number of students across the state of California that complete the pathways. And 31% is pretty high. And the students were proud of that, as the staff was. And then there was a large AVID and AP program that existed at both programs at these school sites. The challenges that came, uneven sequencing. Not all the pathways went all the way through, and kids were hyper aware of that. Often when it was near the end, right? And there wasn't much they could do to adjust. The 9th grade access gaps, one of the examples we're going to show you is looking at the graduating class of 2024, what they looked like in 9th grade in terms of completing the A through G, and what it finished at the end. And that popped in Watsonville in one place in particular. the pathway attrition, which is a common thing we've seen up and down California, which is the numbers will start big. If it's a 4-year academy, which isn't what this district probably does, it starts with 9th grade, and by the time you get to 12th grade, you're almost in teens. So you might start with 250, depending on the size of your school, 150, and by 4 years later, there's 12 kids left. Those same patterns for the 2- and 3-year programs in your district were similar. And then overall college readiness gap, the students were able, and the staff talked about at Watsonville how they were proud of their graduation rate, but they were also very much aware that the A through G rate was in the 40s. And it was talked about quite frequently at all the sites about credit recovery. So we spent a little time going deep on that. 68% of the students needed credit recovery to graduate at Watsonville for that year of the 2024. So this is PV High School's version of strengths. They felt they had some good CTE courses as well. They had a high demand in the early years of the courses, and then there was a decrease. So that not completion of the CTEs shared again. Although, again, PV High School had a 24% completion rate, the second highest in the district, and still above the state average. There was only moderate AP participation, and unfortunately, I apologize for having that listed twice. And then when you look at the key challenges, it was shared that there are no 3-course, signature pathways, at least at that time, at PV High School. That the incomplete pathway progression was a problem, the significant drop-off. In fact, we gave some examples there, kind of aligned with what I shared across the state. Entrepreneurship started with 128, ended with 10, right? And that is a pattern across the state of California. So this isn't something that we're trying to pick on here, but it's a trend. And that there was no AVID program at the time at PV High School. And then when you look at Aptos, you saw a smaller, but still robust CT opportunities. There was the one signature biotechnology pathway, strong AP access. College and career readiness was higher at Aptos, as measured by the state of California, and that there was low pathway completion at 19.3%, that there was an underused 7th period day. About 83% of seniors took only 5 of the 7 classes for that year, and just 16.7% of juniors and seniors enrolled in the full 7-period day. So there was a lot of juniors with 6 period. And that you can see, I wanted to mark a little star there, that even though there's only 15 of 100 students that were enrolled in CTE as freshmen, that's because that's not how that program was designed, but it popped up as data and conversation throughout with our visit. So 3 big key, there's lots of things that we could go on, but we wanted just to synthesize it for the sake of time. And there was one thing that surfaced, and this is a little bit of our analysis. Some of it's data, some of it's other. There was, to some degree, you had almost like 3 small districts. And everything from the master schedules to the programs to the inconsistency, and students and parents and the staff are hyper aware of those differences. And I would say it's beyond just having different programs that get students to retain students or give choice. It reached a point where most of the people that we spoke with were unable to explain how that came together the way it did when we asked repeatedly, how did that come? What's the history? Now, obviously there were staff who were able to dig into the history a lot better. But when it comes to students and parents, that there was no history for why. And it was frustration that there were inequities. So the other thing we looked at, and this will go in a little deeper, was we looked at above and below numbers for the 2.5 GPA benchmark. So in the CSU system, if you meet a 2.5 minimum GPA, grade point average, then you're at least minimally eligible to be competitive. And so we decided, for the sake of this project, let's just take anything below 2.5. We're not going to look at it because you guys are tackling graduation issues. You have those numbers, you're managing that. Let's look at among the students who are 2.5 or above, what's missing and what's successful. And then one of the things that we looked at, and we'll take a brief look at, is deeper into the credit recovery as significant and what it meant. And so here's what students and the community shared with us about the 3 districts. For example, at Aptos, even though the AP courses, sections, enrollment far exceeded everywhere else, we heard repeatedly, we don't have enough AP classes. At PV, there was a strong VAPA support and program, but what we heard was we don't have as many VAPA courses as Aptos. And if you look at the bottom, you can take a look at proportionally. So what that looks like, there actually were more students enrolled. So in some cases, there were some buster breakers here, or I guess rumor breakers or myth busters, probably the best way to put it together. But again, I'll reinforce the perception of inequity and unfairness was a real narrative that we heard from the different communities. And part of it is they don't understand the whys, and maybe looking at this data across was something that at least students and parents were unable to articulate that they had seen or were aware of. So beyond looking at the 3 independent, like small high school districts, looking at the 2.5, you can see, so this table here looks at freshmen from the graduating class of 2024, and you can see wherever it says highest, those were students who were enrolled in classes that were going to be eligible to, if the students earned A, B's, or C's, to complete the CSU. Some degree UC, but CSU since that was the minimum. You can see at Aptos, there was a lot of the highest. But at Watsonville, English in 9th grade was the highest. And you can see science in PV High School, 77%, they had the highest. So some of these numbers, like when you see the numbers in the 80s and 70s, it tends to be more, that's where students had D's or F's, where there's a difference. So 78% means that 22% likely earned a D or F. That leads to the credit recovery narrative. And they had to either go back and retake the course if it was an F to graduate, or varying degrees if they chose to do it or not to complete the A through G requirements, which actually we saw that existing, but lower at many sites, including at Watsonville, where students were saying, well, I'm going to community college anyway, so I'm not going to go back and remediate that D. Heard that fairly frequently. Where you see the numbers, like CT, 15%, 8%, 10%, even the G elective at 14% under PV High School, that's mostly a result of scheduling and choices that are in place that prevent students from being in those courses that you all should explore more deeply if there's remediation or other barriers that exist, because those barriers did not exist at the other 2 schools. Those are the inequities. Those are the things that students were able to articulate and parents were able to articulate. So this is a little harder to see, but I'll try to walk you through. We used the barbell image instead of just doing lots of tables to show when it's a blue dot, it's the 9th graders that graduated from the class of 2024. The orange is what was the growth from freshmen to seniors for the percentage of students that meet the A through G requirements in English, math, science, language other than English, and history. You guys don't have a 9th grade, so that one we can't compare to the same way. And what we saw was at PV that there was 7% growth for English, small growth in math, little medium, I guess, growth for science, and a big gain for language other than English. So that's probably a combination of increased access in language other than English courses from 9th grade to senior year, as well as increased decreases in D's and F's and increase in A, B's, and C's. When you take a look at Aptos, you saw actually it slid back just a little bit in between 9th and 12th grade in English and math, but huge gains in science and in language other than English, a matching growth. And then this is the one that there are places to both celebrate and something that if you haven't already taken a look at, you absolutely should take a look at. And that is English, which if you remember was the highest in 9th grade, went backward very quickly. And there's a number of possible reasons, but that is something that we put down there that is something calls for immediate instructional review and potential intervention. And that's long or short term for if you need professional development, if you need to talk about grades, if there's some scheduling with English learners that maybe does a little pobrecito effect when they're younger and then kind of lets them fail when they're older. Whatever it is, there's a need to look deeper at that. And we were unable to get at that specific, but we were able to see it pretty clearly. And then the third of like the many studies, if you will, the credit recovery, you can take a look that Aptos, 42% of the students took at least one Edgenuity or credit recovery course, and the numbers only were basically the same. For whatever reason, 67.5. We could have rounded it up, but I think we wanted to do this. Basically, it's about 67 to 68% of the students needed credit recovery to graduate at both schools. And that for sure, when students are taking that, leads to all kinds of A through G challenges and choices and options that students have for college and career. Once again, there is a series of recommendations that we don't want to go all the way over with you. They're there available for you to look at. But we will go a little deeper and take a look at, we did have a whole series of page. This is something that probably interests the board quite a bit. Policy recommendations. These were things that were policy-based, that surfaced as gaps, challenges, in some cases maybe some strengths. And so it's maybe you formalize those, or maybe you implement them to try to manage some of the challenges that exist. So this page is policy that the board and superintendent would be interested in taking a look at and see. And then finally, the last one was really just about the affordability of college. And this is short, but we really wanted to show you this. So you can see, not really a surprise that 2 of the 3 high schools were very clear that money is a stressor. What was interesting was not as much at Watsonville, because many of them have already said, I'm going to community college, even if it was like 10th grade or 11th. So it was when we followed up and said, okay, well, it's good that you don't feel that stress. Why? Oh, because I'm going to go to community college. We wanted to highlight that. And then when you look at the adult side of the staff, in this case in particular is very focused on staff, you can see that there is pretty similarity between PV High School and Watsonville with where the student said and the percentage of staff who say money's anxious. There is a stark difference at Aptos with 83 kids saying we're stressed about the cost of college and the staff saying only 45% of our kids are stressed about money. So that existed. At the bottom, there was, as we talked with seniors and we talked with parents, what we heard from students in particular, that 87.5% of the seniors said that they talked with their parents sometimes or frequently about college or career. They also tapped into siblings who had it or other friends and connections who had already graduated from it. But several students shared that when we met with them and students in April and May. That's when we spent time with them, and the survey was in March, right when seniors are getting all their notification, like right now, right? As UCs are landed and the final kind of UCs all come, CSU decisions, many of them have been out or coming around, that kids had not had the conversation with their parents yet about, is it actually affordable? And this is right when you have to write the check and reserve dorms if you're going to do that and all of that. And when we asked kids why, many said they assumed because it was an avoidance of the conversation because of the stress of affordability. And then with that, we want to make sure to give you some props. California has mandated or strongly encouraged, I think is probably the legal term, that the financial aid is completed, not just the FAFSA, but the California submissions. And you can see you've done a really good job of that. And you finished strong with June 4th. When you're in the 80s, that's extraordinarily high. So that's something that you should celebrate. And then that leads to recommendations about, well, now that you have this, what can you do earlier to help parents understand? Because FAFSA is so confusing. You could get what seems like a large amount of money and have that early, and then you choose to go to a university that is less expensive, and it's like that money goes away. And kids don't understand that, and parents don't understand that. And usually the confusion, they will just go to community college then. So leaning in to more consistent connection around what this means for students and parents was something that's extraordinarily important. This is just something I wanted to show you. It's new. I mean, it's brand new. It just came out about a week ago. College is getting cheaper. I hate to say that, but I mean, when you're looking for something optimism, there was a decline in that. So that means more financial aid is taking place. And we have a whole series of recommendations around that as well that we're not going to read to you. Again, it's available. And then I think you wanted you want me to go over what you're underway, or you want to hand it off?
Please just consider he was given 10 minutes.
And in light of the time, I'll be brief with this, but we did want to call out a few of the things that we're already doing in recognition of a lot of this stuff. We're working with Cal Ed Partners, which is really around that 8-9, where students get off track. And the whole idea with that is to improve our ability to keep students on track. Grit is looking at our DNF rates. As you mentioned, we have this big gap, and as you heard me talk about before, we have a big gap between our grad rate and our A through G readiness rate. And that's that gap that we're really focusing on. And the one next step that I really want to highlight is, just as you heard from Gerardo in the last presentation about the committee, Julie and I are going to be before you pretty soon with a proposal for a committee that we want to put together that really dives into a lot of this stuff. And it's really, the idea is to systematize and standardize our educational options for all of our students so that they can graduate college and career ready with multiple options. You were talking about that earlier. And so that we're streamlining and identifying the gaps that he's called out in this report.
Any public comment items?
Yes, we have one. Amber? Good evening. I don't like podiums being short. All right. I'm from Aptos. I also wrote you emails. I'm here to speak about the voice that I do not report. The validity of this report is not this. We can do surveys. My students are amazing. I'm part of the PBIS team. When we have our students do surveys, in the past year, 90% of them did tutorials, participated in our bathroom safety surveys that we talked about to do better programs. Last year we did about half of our population took our SAIL lesson, and then the year before that, 946. So it is possible to. That was not what was on that slide. That looks all pretty with the info. Okay, I know how to do a model too. Also, the focus of HB, we've lost our access program, but yet we're gonna help. The concerns have some concerns about dual enrollment implemented, and how it's rolled out. I think we're leaving out Aptos, that we do have AVID was left out, and the amount of work we've done the 9th grade level to do AVID strategies across all of the 9th grader, not just an AVID elective course. We've gone slow with Rich, and it's been great. It's a slow rollout, but it's really impressive. And we're doing that with the partnership with our health course, and the health course is where all of our freshmen take currently, but not next year because of changes. So I have some major concerns that if you want students to be college and career ready, you need to have them be mental health, have good practice in making, have good practice in talking to adults, which is what the health class at our class does, along with Watsonville's seminar class. So a comprehensive health class is a great strategy that is partnered with the AVID program, and I think that. And then to speak to the consultants piece, I appreciate it. And so I think that would be I'd always ask them to talk about, am I a grant consultant or am I not a grant consultant?
Thank you. That's the only one? Any board comment on this item? Yes, Trustee Navarro?
So Amber, I want to thank you for calling that out, because actually one of the things that really stuck out to me most was that over 60% of the respondents were from one high school. And so I'm curious why you were able to get 60%, or 1,000 kids from Watsonville and only 200 from PV and Aptos.
If I'm being honest, the other two schools didn't want to provide the survey other than putting out links and I think a QR code. So that's why we met with student groups in person with 3 different student groups at each school.
Which student groups did you meet with?
We met, once again, we looked at a transcript analysis, and we identified students that, based on their grades, were not on track to complete the A through G, were on track to complete the A through G, and students that were going to exceed A through G completion. And we met with them and asked a series of questions about each of those groups.
So some of the things that I've identified just with having 2 kids that have gone through the school district is that kids get tracked early, like junior high. And once you get tracked, I mean, Mike, you and I, our kids have been together in class forever, the same classes, and it's the same kids in all of those classes. But kids get tracked from junior high, where there's only a limited number of advanced courses, and there's a limited number of students that can be in those courses, and then you're kind of left out after that. And as you know, it starts way before high school. So that's one thing, one challenge that I've identified is that we track students way too early, and we leave out a lot of opportunities. My own student was in a general English class in 8th grade. It was the worst experience ever because in general, the kids in those classes are not, they're a little more disruptive. They're not being respectful to the teachers. It creates a more difficult learning environment. And so the parents that are paying attention push their students to go into the more advanced classes, or maybe that's not common knowledge among other parents. So that's one thing that I identified. Second of all, there tends to be, I know that the 7th grade period at Aptos has been a big point of controversy, but one of the things that I've identified since I represent PV High and my kids go to Aptos is there's a lot of inequity among the district, and if we were able to actually align the bell schedules all to the same and provide the same opportunities at every school, we would have more freedom to, you know, for example, I know a lot of kids at Aptos that are interested in CTE pathways. They're just not available at Aptos because at Aptos the focus is on going to college and being A through G. So if you're not an A through G student and you want to go to one of these other pathways like build an airplane or build a tidy home or, you know, take entrepreneurship, then they're limited in those opportunities. And part of the reason entrepreneurship at PV High only has 120 to 10 is because there's one teacher that does it, and there's only one level 2 course, and all the other ones are level 1 courses, right? So there's an inability to pursue with that pathway. So this is one of the things that I think aligning our resources and trying to consolidate our programs and making sure that we're allowing all of our kids those various opportunities. Another thing, and I know my time's almost done, or over, sorry, is when I've talked to students, I don't think enough of our lower or middle income students actually understand what opportunities are available to them to go to college. So when I was applying to college as a low income student, I wasn't aware until I got into it that there's so much money and there's so much opportunity, but it's from the private universities. It's not from the Cal State universities. It's not from community college. And I don't see kids getting that information from their counselors and their career centers.
Thank you. You are out of time. Trustee Medina, did you have a hand up?
Carrasco can go ahead.
So one thing that I noted, thank you for the report. This was a lot of talking with community members, having comments, and it's nice to be able to align it with data. So thank you. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that 7-period day? I think I read on the slides that it stated that it's being unused by students. Could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Sure. We, as one of our areas to focus in on master schedule and what ended up grouping and coming together, I'm trying to see if I can identify the exact one. We took a look at master schedule, so it's up here somewhere.
And you guys are pausing my time.
That there was,
I will pause my time.
83% of the seniors only took 5 classes, even though there were 7 available. And when you look at the junior and seniors combined, 17% only took a full 7th period. So mostly juniors took 6 periods and mostly seniors took 5.
Okay, so I'm curious to know, what are the teachers doing on the times that they don't have these students? Is that?
Yeah, That doesn't materialize from our perspective in master schedule. It just showed that they had open periods, went to work. We heard some students would go to work or
Okay.
things like that.
Because when I was at Watsonville High, I didn't get a working period like that. Like I was subbing. So I bring that up because and I know y'all don't like that I bring up that I'm a teacher, but I'm going to say it. I never had a working period for like the first 3 months of school because I was subbing. So to hear that at Aptos, they have a prep period and then they have a working period.
It's a collaboration period. Sorry, you're not allowed to.
That's, I don't know. That bothers me a lot. A lot.
Just to clarify, they teach 5 classes, have a prep, and have a collaboration period.
Okay. And then do the minutes align with the Watsonville High and PB High teachers
No.
on that? No.
You mean do their schedules align?
No, like the amount of time that they have for the collaboration. Yeah, teaching minutes, do they align?
I believe they do not.
So that's what I'm getting to. Yeah, so that's not equitable. And I just want to name that. The other part of that is I noticed that in this let me see. For Watsonville High, you mentioned something about the English class. Yeah, could you repeat that?
High number of freshmen completing, meeting an English course that meets the A through G requirements and earning an A, B, or C.
Right.
And then by the time they're a senior, there's a significant decrease. It drops into the 60% range for the class of 2024.
And I remember we had a very high group of students who would be coming in from Mexico, like barely, we had a lot of students who were English, who only either spoke Mixteco or Spanish. So I'm wondering if, that has to do. And the other part is, you, in your slide for career focused pathway, you mentioned Mosaic and Echo. And I just want to elaborate that those were some of the examples that I said, that those are the things that attract students to our district. Echo, within Echo, there's ethnic studies, there's the social justice class, there's psychology, and then within Mosaic, you have all of those art opportunities. So again, this is the data that is also, saying the same thing that I've been saying. So I really want us to focus on the art and ethnic studies. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I know one concern that I have is we have an aviation program, but one airport with 12 jobs. Cool. I don't see it growing locally, especially since we want to take over that airport to build housing. Don't tell them that. So one question that I had is, did you assess the amount of access programs that each of the comprehensive high schools has? For example, I think I read on there that you had partnerships with California Ed, right? So that includes like EAOP, Gear Up, Upward Bound.
No, those California Ed Partners is a specific project that we have going with Watsonville High and PV High, and then 2 of their feeder schools, where we're working with teachers to kind of like look at the way that they prepare their students and to support their students, and with that intention of identifying that big gap at 9th grade of D's and F's that lead to students getting off track.
Got it. Okay. So at Aptos High School, do they have EAOP?
I don't think they do.
No. Okay. Do they have Gear Up?
No.
Do they have Upward Bound?
No.
And we just got rid of their Access program, right? Which was the equivalent to, I would say, like EAOP in terms of getting them college ready.
Yeah, I can't speak fully to this, but the Access program grant ran out, and then the Gear Up is coming back to most of our schools, but it is not currently at Aptos.
Aptos. Okay, cool. So then, is it safe to assume that Watsonville and PV High School have EAOP, Gear Up, and Upward Bound?
They have So those programs were grant-funded programs, and the grant ended at Aptos High. There were also braided dollars with COVID funding, and so when the ESSER dollars ran out. We had to walk back that funding for some of those programs, EAOP being one of them. We have EAOP, I believe, happening at Watsonville and PV High School.
Okay. Yeah, my one concern is that additional support services that students relied on through the access at Aptos is removed now. So I'm curious if these numbers in terms of college readiness and conversations is going to drop. Did you want to respond to that?
I was just going to say that we did find some restricted funds to support it through the end of this year, and so it would be next year where it's first impact.
Okay.
I think that I'm pretty sure about that, but I can correct that.
You're correct.
Yeah, that just concerns me that they're not having those same opportunities as, students at Watsonville and PV High School, because those access programs are a lifeline for a lot of us. I was in EAOP and Upward Bound, and I got my credits done where I entered my freshman year. It's technically a sophomore because I had those college credits ready. So, and with the lack of HSI funding that we're seeing a lot of the colleges get right now, I could see a really big decrease in the amount of acceptance rates for our Latino community because of those support systems that are being removed even now at the high school level. So I hope that students have that additional support outside of the regular counselors in order to get more direction of, do you want to college? It's okay to not go to college. Community college is good. Vocational is good. So I hope we have bigger discussions on that.
Well,
Opportunities.
and part of the committee is to look at what supports we're having throughout. And he mentioned, Chris mentioned, 7-year plan. How can we get our counselors on that team and help guide the standardization, the practice that we have of really supporting it through longevity, right? With more of that. And for everybody. So it's not like he said in this report, it seems like each high school is its own mini district. We don't want that. We want to make sure that every student, regardless of which school you're going to, has similar opportunities and definitely same information and support.
Sweet, thank you.
Did you have?
Yes.
Need a longer arm.
Sorry. Okay. So, I think I'm going to reiterate a little bit of what was already said, but, yeah, the 7-period thing that came up, and it's been a discussion amongst the board for a while now, and, really with what we're dealing with our budget crisis and, having to look at school reorganizations, it's getting to a point where it has to be addressed. I mean, the inequities that are involved in for our students. I've had 2 children go through Aptos, and yeah, my older son took advantage of that 7th period his freshman year, and his sophomore year he could have taken 7th period off as a sophomore, and he didn't because he was playing football. So I wasn't going to drive all the way over there, bring him all the way back home, and then take him back for practice. So I said, "You're staying." Some of his friends did take it off and then just went to the library, worked on homework. But then, yeah, he took advantage of that junior year and senior year. He had only 5 periods his senior year. I have now, my sophomore is going to be a junior, and he's looking forward to having that 7th period off because 7 periods is a lot. It's a big load for these students. And in the 9th and 10th grade, it's, language and English, math, science. It's a lot for them. But in addition to what I see as an inequity, there is a benefit to getting our comprehensive high schools on the same schedule, and to where we could bus our students around. And if a student wants something from another high school, we could possibly get them there. And so the resources that can be provided and spread, a lot farther if we were able to get all of our high schools on the same schedule. So I'm glad, I think this was money well spent from this grant to do this study, because you found, you're able to highlight a lot of areas where we can make some improvements for our students. This is the, stuff that I really do enjoy to look at, dive into, and see where we can make these improvements for our students. But at the same time, you did uncover some inequities that I think need to be looked into and corrected. But yeah, I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
Fabulous report. Thank you so much. There's so much meat in this. One thing that jumped out at me, which is something that's been a concern of mine for some time, and I can't find it at the moment, but there was a line about recommending that there be some anti-bias training. Well-meaning people who interact with our students with bias are just as crippling as someone with who intentionally causes that same kind of barrier harm. So I hope that we will address that. I also worry about where students are if they don't have an assigned class. And there's also, I believe, that in a student's junior and senior years, if they're only taking 4 or 5 classes, that reads negatively when they're applying to four-year colleges. I don't think parents and students are aware of that. That's the end of my comments. Thank you so much, both of you, for that presentation. It was amazing.
Chris, if we want to follow up with you more on this, can we reach out to you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Department. Okay.
I'll support them.
Cool. Thank you.
Nice to see you all.
Awesome. Thanks. The last, I believe, of our report items is 10.4, board listening sessions, implementation timeline, next steps. We're still here. So we do have this meeting scheduled on March 28th. We didn't end up with those last 2 Zooms that we wanted to do. Do we think we could have an interpreter available either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday? Is that a possibility at all? Oh, we have to.
Our current translator is not available, and it's
Okay.
get someone, so I don't know.
So then it's up to the board. Do we want to postpone March 28th? Do we feel like we've done enough listening and we want to move forward, or do we need to stall again? What are our thoughts?
I would suggest we need to move forward. We've taken much longer than we should have already. I think on if we want to utilize the most of our 2-year contract with ESB, we're delaying it is going to just prevent that. And so I would say we just move forward with what we have.
Okay. Trustee Navarro? You agree? Move forward? Trustee Carrasco? Move forward or pause? Move forward. Trustee Medina?
I already made it clear to Greg and to AJ that I'll be participating in this when the new board comes in. So that's where I stand on that. I'm going to let y'all handle it for this year.
All right. I hear 4 of us saying we want to move forward. So the decision is move forward. And if we have opportunities to speak to people, we should continue that. But Monday, let's see, what's today? Wednesday. Tomorrow, I'll get the last results from the online survey and get all of that information off to AJ and Greg.
Okay. And we do have a public speaker to this item. Chris Webb?
Yeah, one of the frustrating things for me through all this is, like, I know we're establishing vision and values, but some of this has been talked about, like, for a while. Like coming out of sustainable budget team, I thought there was an understanding that teaching and learning are the top priority. And then this budget came out, and I'm like, oh, well, I guess the ending fund balance is what the top priority is. And I guess, like, graft or like, doing favors for your people in another county those are the top priorities. So I feel like this gets back to, like, consistency. I feel like we need consistency. Your teacher would tell you, all right, be consistent. It's about, like, fairness. People want the same thing, the same kind of treatment. I would say another value that should be recognized is, like, benefits. Like, that's a big thing for people in this district. And I don't think it's something where people are just, like, being duped into the wrong thing. Like, I think they know what they want and they're choosing it. Also, I think we need to prioritize, like, getting back to our priorities. young Eddie here, he recognized it at the last meeting, right? He called out like where we're fiscally prioritizing, and it does need to be more in the classroom. There's one thing with that is, like, I appreciate Trustee Carrasco, you helped me get my materials that I didn't get last time, right? And I appreciate that. But I think there's like an issue like where the board needs to, we shouldn't be having like where Amazon has like some type of lock on my social studies spending. Like that's a problem. And if they are going to do that, then why don't they pay for the AC at Watsonville High and PMS? Like if we're going to be captured by corporate interest, then can we at least get something for it? I feel like that's another fairness thing. Also, I fully support doing anti-bias training. I would say it should probably be just district-wide, like, because you could be, different classified, anybody, right, in any position. We all interact with students, so I think it should be district-wide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Stop.
Good job. Wow. Okay, wow, we might finish by midnight. Brings us to, what? Oh, you're right, thank you. Consent. Oh, you stop. Okay, consent agenda. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the
We
consent
have a
agenda?
public comment.
Okay.
Kashi?
Thanks for that reminder.
We are 42. When I was listening to Mr. Castillo's presentation, I started to consider about applying for the committee. What's the name of that committee? Anyway, I'll take a look at the application. And because I think I'm qualified for that. Because I have been volunteer of the schools of PBSD for 5 years. And I know parents at the community. And also, you mentioned anti-bias training. Actually, when I lived in New Jersey, I was on a couple of racial justice committee of one religious focus. And I have been very familiar with racial issues, with lived experiences and theories. And I took several kinds of trainings. And so I'll consider about that. And anyway, my comment is 11:11. Yeah. Professional development opportunities for TK and kinder instructional aides. And I was a volunteer at whole district school, TK and kinder classes for 3 years between 2015 and 2018 for almost every day, from Mondays to Fridays. And lots of kids came to TK classes, kinder classes with no English. And with my very limited Spanish, I communicated with them. Can you imagine what my first job? Taking kids to Banyo. And I didn't tell parents and teachers and administrators that I had a Master of Education in learning and teaching, especially language acquisition. But this experience helped me a lot to understand the community, the people, and the history of this district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go to bed, Takashi. Go to bed now.
All right, would anyone like to make a motion to?
If there are no items wanting to be pulled, I make a motion to approve consent agenda.
Second?
Jessica second.
Jessica second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any?
I'll abstain.
Okay. Passes 4 in favor.
There's something on there that I don't like, and it's gonna hit us back in the face. So.
You don't want to have your stamp
And
on
I
it.
don't want my name on it.
Okay. Do we have any items that we need to go back into executive session for at this point?
I think we need to read that. We need to read out.
Okay.
We took action to
Yeah.
Okay.
You have the readout? Have the readout?
I thought,
I could probably do it. I didn't have a readout.
oh, okay.
So, you want me to say it? For item 2.5, the board voted 4003 to bring back that item at our next closed session.
Thank you. And with that, at 11:31, this meeting is, oh, I should say our next meeting will be April 15?
Where?
Oh, March 28th will be a special meeting. March 24th is our next regular. Okay.
So,
Okay, special board meeting on March 24th. And then March 28th is also April 15th. Okay.
I won't be able to be here April 15th. I told you guys in December.
Yep.
And then we didn't change it, so I'm just letting you know I told you back in December.
Right, that you're unavailable. Get your taxes done. All right, meeting adjourned.